Good morning. How's everybody doing out there? Morning, Dougie D, Philip. Good morning, Vicky. Good morning, your wife's boyfriend. Good morning, X. Good morning, John S. Good morning, Ed. Winky, my brother. What up? Brian, John S. Paul S. How's everybody doing out there? Dylan, Steven, Gavin, RSHP. Indices we trust. Good morning. Morning, John S. Bullish, baby. I like seeing it. Ben Godfrey, good morning. Euro Boomer, good morning. Junie, good to see you. Frank, Fisted, Bobka Dude, what's up? Dragon Wolf, CB, how's everybody doing this morning? Gavin, good morning. Hell yeah. We got a lot to talk about this morning. We don't have a lot, but we got a few things we're going to talk about. We're going to get this started here. We're going to turn this down. And we're gonna slide over. I don't know if am I doing this right? Wrong? I don't know. Did I turn that too loud? We'll turn this off. Good morning, everybody. Mr. J. Rambo. Jill, good morning. Josh, good morning. How y'all doing this morning? Everybody doing well? Hope everybody's doing well this morning. Okay, so we're gonna talk about some stuff right away. We're gonna get some stuff out of the way here and get moving. It was crazy, right? Because we're up right now, what, $3? And if you actually bought that dip, we were talking about that last few minutes of the close yesterday. We actually put $2 on the board before we even closed yesterday. So I think we're up $3 or something like that. So we're already up 50 points or something crazy on this move so far. So this move down below here was actually almost as deep as the low of the day. So the move is actually way down here. It was down here 428.06. And we're now above here at 432.93, baby. That's 50 points. Doing nothing overnight. Right? So we're going to talk about something this morning, okay? We got some issues. And I want you to be aware of this before the open and before we could take this any further, okay? There are sellers hiding above at 4350. Now you're going to hear people say we're going to 440. We're going to hear people say we're going to 450. Somewhere up here we're going to trade higher and above and over. We do have volatility tomorrow, and we do have volatility on Friday, no matter what you want to hear, okay? And specifically on Friday, we've got some stuff with going on. But I do want you to be aware, okay, that if you held this here in any kind of shape or form, you're going to take profit at some time this morning. The next thing I want you to know is we can trade higher than 43.50, but I'm telling you, there's sellers there. And there are going to be some shorts that might get squeezed, yada, 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 right? But I do want you to understand that what you do is you take profit and we trade what's in front of us to the right, always, right? And so if we're going to trade higher today, we can trade this to 43.50, right? We can trade this from 43.50 higher to 4,400, right? But what we don't do is we don't fuck around. There's a couple things. We don't fuck around in the middle, right? And the other thing that we don't do is let the banks do the work at resistance and support levels, right? We look for those answers, okay? So I want you to understand that this morning, and we're going to talk about it because Spot Gamma, they got last night wrong, and they got this morning wrong, and that we talked about that yesterday too, right? Things that are happening so fast in the market they can't track, and that we can track, right? So we did have dealers buy futures last night. We did have gamma roll off, negative gamma roll off, 300,000 contracts roll off. We had puts hit twice. So what are you think market makers are going to pay those guys 3 times right now? Fuck no. Okay. So I want you to be understanding of that, and then I want you to look at the report from last night that was kind of hidden, I think, on the Spot Gamma site. Then we're going to look at this morning's report. This is the PM report from yesterday. Okay. Now we're going to look at this. Okay. 40 handle rally in the open. The market broke lower in the afternoon. Quoted support of 427 held. Biden's comments sparked a short cover rally. Ultimately, that rally faded, and the market closed at the key 4,300 level. Okay, so we're gonna look at this real quick. This is the PM from yesterday. So this is the key. Okay, today marked an interesting intersection of the key spot support line of 4270 and a positive delta options trades. We believe Biden's mild comments were into the key 427 support line and then met with positive delta activity. Sharp process of delta. Gamma position. This is a 60 handle rally. Unsurprisingly, that rally though reversed into the close as the short cover fuel drained out. Okay, so be careful of that. Tomorrow's action should be much like today's, characterized by large directional swings. We're holding 4400 as major overhead resistance. See today's test of 4270. This is the key I want you to see, okay? As unlocking a step lower to the test of 4270 unlocks the step lower to 4165, okay? Be conscious and careful of this number right here, okay? Opens the step lower to 4165. So we have lower prices ahead over time. Hold on here. And I think that's all that needs to be said on this one. And that's the only thing you need to understand on that one. Now, this morning, futures have shifted higher to 43.32. We've seen 4,300 level fill in with positions. It is now the largest total gamma strike on the board from 4,400. With that, we see 4,200 as the put wall down from 4,300. Okay, so the put wall has now gone lower. This speaks to the general trend of the options market accepting repositioning around lower prices. Overhead resistance is at 43.50. Okay, so be conscious of this number as we open today. Then 4,400. Be conscious of this number, okay? And then it says support lies down here. 4,300, 4,300 and then 42.65. But that still means we can trade lower. Even though support is down at 42.65, it means we can trade lower to those prices at 41.65. Okay, so be conscious that we're trading lower. Our trading zone is still going lower, even though we're trading higher today. Yesterday, there were a few rallies in the context of the market which ended lower. I believe that these rallies were fueled by covering of shorts during put options, or trading which largely tied to geopolitical events. With the markets flowing around in response to various headlines, the S&P term structure shown below remains in a backwards dated state, showing that short-term protection remains in demand. Short-dated implied volatility near 28% equates to the market pricing as in a 1.7% daily move, which is higher than our gamma-driven forecast of 1.3%. There's some key points there. To this point, we feel the selling has been controlled demolition and has respected major options levels. There is a lot of volatility, but it seems to be within the confines of what is being priced in. We've not seen that washout panic type selling that often comes with capitulation. The risk of this event is certainly elevated, but the trigger would have to be something quite material to catch this put-heavy market by surprise and bring a significant greater than 2% down move. With this in mind, over the long term, this is, hold on a second. So this point right here, okay, is discussing that huge move down that we're going to see supposedly after this rip. We'll see this rip, and everyone's expecting this massive, massive liquidation thereafter. So I want you to be conscious of this, right? That you might not see it like that. You might not see like this massive just sell the market after this rip phase. With that in mind, over the longer term, we continue to give the edge to the market, taking steps lower. With 4,200, the major level on break of 4270. So be careful of this right here, okay? So 4270, I think it's a little bit lower, but 4270 opens the door to 4,200. 4050 remains where we see significant longer term support. So if you're looking for a place to long this market, it's probably between 390 and 4050, okay? And we'll start taking longs. As we trade closer to this, I'll start to get you guys some stocks to start looking at so that we can put a portfolio together to long this market. So just be aware of this as we trade closer to this 4050. I think it's a little bit lower. We'll take that trade, and we'll hold that from anywhere from probably 1 to 3 months. However, on a more immediate basis, we think the market's stage a strong short cover rally up to the 4,400 level. This idea is mainly through the lens of the traders being possibly a bit overhedged. We talked about this yesterday, right? Puts being rich and a market shift higher can create a capitulation trade for short-term put holders. We call it when nothing happens is enough for short-term puts to decay, which provokes a stock tailwind. We've got no news today. Nobody's harping on Russia right now. Everything's quiet on the Russian front, right? Intentional in the markets. We'd of course look for this move to ultimately fade, as has been the trend since recent rips higher. A break of 4,300 would render this idea invalid. So today, now we can touch 4,300. We can fuck around 4,300, but if we break it, right, we break through below, we start trading lower, you know that the trade is over, okay? If you take your profit off the bell, and then we trade down to 4,300, we can take that rip higher to 4,400. We can do that as well. But just be conscious of this number today, right? You got your numbers now for today that you need, your key levels that you need to understand. I'm going to scroll through this. You can pause this broadcast, come back through, pause this broadcast, look at key supports for all the major indexes, key index support and resistance levels. You see this over here, right? 43.25. Vol trigger 45.20. Okay, just be conscious of these numbers over here. I'm going to look through all these so you guys can get your information. So for myself, what I'm going to say to you is, on the bell, take profit. Or, I mean, we could take profit on the bell, let it red bar down. If it red bars down off the bell, then we hold 4,300, then we ride it up. Okay, and we're going to look at it again on this chart right here. So you got 43.20, right? You got 43 down here. Just mark on your own chart at home, whatever you're doing. Just make yourself a nice little line right here. Right? You can do whatever you want. You can put something like this here, make it small. You can write yourself a message. Write something like must hold. Doesn't matter if we bounce down there. Doesn't matter if we bounce down here and then bounce back up. We don't want it to come down, have resistance form, and then start trading lower, okay? Bad juju. The preference is that we bounce, or we don't go any lower. We don't trade back any lower than this 4,300 down here, right? Because this is pretty much where we were at the close yesterday. And we're looking for higher prices. We talked yesterday about where you want to be taking shorts in the market. And when I was talking to you guys about where you want to be taking shorts in the market, yesterday paid pretty well taking shorts. But in reality, you wanted to take it back here. Not over here. Not over here. You wanted to take it up here. You wanted to take it up here somewhere, right here, or at least here, somewhere in here. You wanted to take another one right here and close them out yesterday. And that still holds true somewhere up in here. So hopefully, if you're a bear, you're going to stick around, wait until we trade higher. There might be a rejection at 43.50. But in reality, bears want to get all their juice, right? They want to get as much money as they possibly can. They're going to want to take a short in safety somewhere in here. You're going to see some people telling you that we're trading higher. We're going to trade to all-time highs, whatever they're telling you, 4,500. We can do that. But we're going to trade at each level on the way up. We're going to add protection in as we get close to this 4,400, okay? Some kind of in the money stuff. We'll get more aggressive as we start to trade down to that 4,000 level as time moves forward. And that's all I got to say to you this morning. I just want you guys to be aware of where we're at. I want you guys to take money off the table whenever you can. One last thing about taking money off the table. Let's say you guys made, I don't know, $1,000 on the open today. Take that 1,000 off the table. Make your next trade, $100 off that 1,000. Keep some money for yourself. Enjoy some of your money out there. You don't always have to be, if you make $1,000, you don't have to trade that whole 1,000 on your next trade, okay? Eventually going to blow up your accounts if we do that stuff. So take some money off the table, and we'll trade today. I have some stuff I got to do today, so there might be a moment today where I'm going to have to break away from the broadcast. I will leave the broadcast up, though, with the information that you guys need as we open the bell this morning. But I have some other, I've got some stuff going on where I'm trying to close some deals with some real estate, and I have to make some phone calls and talk to some people at some point this morning. So how you guys all doing this morning? Everybody happy? You guys all ready for the market to open? Hope you guys are. You guys all ready out there? Want to put Trade the News on for you? Someone was saying, I think it was your wife's boyfriend was saying that he couldn't sleep last night, which I found kind of funny. I understand that feeling. Many nights not sleeping, holding overnight. Get this up and rolling for you. Do. 3 minutes. Three minutes until the bell. Congratulations to anyone that followed me on that trade last night. Hope you all made lots of money. You know what else is crazy? I posted something about McDonald's on Sunday, and they had a low at like 4 a.m. yesterday on Sunday morning.
You're listening
on
to
Monday
Trade
morning.
The News.
Well, Tuesday morning, I guess I should say. And they've been pumping ever since. And it's all because of Carl Icahn, like scamming. So maybe you might want to keep an eye on McDonald's. Let me see, connections, DX feed. Open new workspace. I don't want to create a new workspace. I want to open the SPY, baby. We'll look at Tesla for any. I know some of you guys are in Tesla yesterday, so we'll load Tesla up. 2 minutes until the bell. Hold on, I gotta take a peek here. Those 433s were $1.03 yesterday. Whew. Bigger add-ons. $1.03. Add the hair indicator. I'm gonna see that support down there at 430. We'll add Tesla in as well. Very nice with those spreads. Good job, Brad. Up to 210, 211. Already trying to scam the market makers. Already trying to scam the trades this morning.
Trading on the NYSE has commenced.
We'll look at. We're gonna add.
Quick look at markets here through the U.S. cash equity open. The 10-year yield at 1.967%. We're up about 4 at about 37 basis points.
All right, so add the hero indicator over here. Yeah, now up to 219. Tesla calls off the bell. February 25th, 8:30 C, $745,000. Buyers stepping in on Tesla off the bell as well. Buyers stepping in the market on SPY as well this morning. Nice support down here, 432.30. See if there's a rug pull or not. Keep your eyes on the right-hand side. You want to see where the buyers are. They're trying to buy slightly lower at 431. Just keep your eyes on the right here. You'll see where the buyers are. I also didn't show you guys, there's another trading pattern in here too, from that yesterday. From the yesterday post, I'm going to post this on Twitter for you real quick. This is the same, this was the rejection point from yesterday when we had the short covering operation. So take a look at this on at Captain's Alpha. I'm just going to show you this this chart here. This could be like a hidden support and resistance area on the market this morning as well, on the SPY. We'll see if this holds up for a trade higher into the close today. Watching calls on PayPal, Palantir, Facebook, IQ, Aspen, AMC, SoFi. Just posted a chart for you to take a peek at. Facebook calls again this morning. We'll take a look at Facebook as well. Calls are now up to $2.23. 224. Look up Facebook next. So we're going to look up Tesla real quick, and then I'm going to cut away from Tesla. I want you guys to see where support and resistance is on Tesla over. A little bit of sellers stepping in on Tesla right here. Yeah, so we talked about, the buy is down at 800. We talked about the price target above. You can see it down here, 801. And then the resistance is above at 850. But we also talked about yesterday how you get some traffic as you head up to 850, right? So we're going to show you that traffic here. There's a lot of work between 835 here and then 840 to move up to that 850. Just be conscious of that rough. There's a little bit of roughness down here at 840, 835, and then 845 to 850. Price target's still 850 though. So 800 to 835 is a pretty good move. You might get some profit taking and then a dip buy to take it to 850 if the market can hold up today. You'll see the real sellers. You get some up here, this 836, 835, 837 area. And then localized support down below here at 825.99 for your next run higher. We've seen some calls come in on Facebook, so we'll take a look at Facebook this morning. We can take a look at NVIDIA as well. Some puts coming in on Qs, small numbers, 55,000 on 223, 338p. See here, Facebook. brought I think I brought Facebook up. Ooh, I want to buy one of these dips. I missed that one for some reason. Let's see where the SPY buyers are waiting. Watching lots of Facebook calls this morning. March 4th, 215C. February 25th, 205C. Pretty big money coming in right now on Facebook, by the way. Just heads up. I'll post that. I'll post the Facebook flow onto Twitter for you. So SoFi has the most, SOFI has the most flow. They've got $1 million in calls by 3 calls, by the way, for $1 million bucks. Pretty good. Tesla's got the second most flow. But then Facebook, I like the idea of more contracts sometimes. I'm going to post this to also OSTK has a nice bunch of calls on it as well. So we'll check Facebook this morning, see what's going on with Facebook. I'll post that flow on Facebook to the at Captain's Alpha, so you can see that. Just keep an eye on it. Oh, I paused this, didn't I? See what's going on with Facebook, why it's got buyers on it. See what is going on with Facebook today. Why is it getting a bid? Not bad. It's got nice support at 201. I guess that's the reason. Now, that doesn't mean Facebook can't trade down. We get market conditions will definitely send it lower than 205. But this is a nice setup for the day. If the day is positive, it's got a lot of overhead room to run. It's working on 206, but 208, 207, you break through there. Next real resistance, 219, and then 250. You need to see a break above 208. If there's a break above 208, it might be worth a trade, or also picking it back up down at 200. This could be a nice trade today. There's some real sellers up here. It's not showing up on Bookmap right now, but you could day trade this between 200 and 208. Also seeing some calls coming in on AMD. Keep your eye on the SPY where the real buyers are. You'll see when you start seeing this 50,000 down here. See if I can get this to I'm always trying to buy somewhere down in here. Let's see if we can get this a little bit tighter. So it looks like the buyers are somewhere down in this 430.50 area down here. 430.50 or so. You're seeing the buyers 430. Make sure there's no rug pull down here as well. Remember that number we said if we broke 430.50 that you could see a negative context to the market, right? See those lower prices, 4160 or so. Just keep your eyes here. Make sure this rug doesn't get pulled. I always like to buy down when you see wherever you see 50,000 buyers, somewhere in there. I like to take longs there, as long as they hold up and they don't start backing off. from that area. So we'll keep an eye on this morning. Right down here, we're going to keep our eyes on right down below at this 43 or 430.50. And that chart that I posted to you on at Captain's Alpha, that channel matches right up to 35 or 43.50 as well. Or no, it matches up to 430. Yeah, 430.45. Slightly lower than the 43.50 number. So there's no rug pull down here. I'm going to take another long. Watching calls come in on IWM, February 23rd, 199C, $47,000, $44,000. Doesn't get a high algo score. Also watching calls with a high algo score on TDOC, TDOC, and then BBWI. TDOC, March 18th, 76C. February 25th, 69C. Let's look up TDOC next. SPY dip buyers stepping in already. February 23rd, 433C. $537,000. SPY, February 23rd, 435C. $157,000. A little bit of support down here at 43150. Some ice down below here. More buyers than sellers on TDOC currently in a heavy resistance area. Looking for higher prices. They're looking for 76. Looking to trade up in this area here. Already up to 68, 63. Some major resistance up there. TQQQs. Well, so tech is a part of SPY, right?
Russian press
so,
reporting that the Kremlin saying that Putin and that Turkish President Erdogan discussed Russia's long-term security guarantees in a phone conversation today.
So you've got the TQQ. I mean, so you'll get divergence in the indexes. You get divergence in TQQs or Qs and SPY sometimes, but it's not. They're not too. If you're looking for health of Qs, you still want to be looking at the SPY. Now the Qs right now, right, or Nasdaq is weaker than the SPY overall. Has more damage done to it, right? More internal problems. So I look at both. I still look at IWM. I look at the Qs. Look at both, of course, or all three, of course. But I need to do a video on how I trade the Qs. Because what I'll do is, as a matter of fact, when I send out, every morning I send out a levels, I'll snap those lines on NDX. And when I trade the Qs, what I'll do is I'll trade the Qs against NDX. I'll make those nice big wide bands on NDX. And as we come to each level, whether we're going up or down, doesn't matter. Then I'll start looking at IWM support and resistance. I'll look at SPY support and resistance. And then I'll look at the VIX, right? You have to look at more. There's also a VIX for NASDAQ that you can trade against that as well. But I like to see the overall market health and see, let's say we've got 5 levels, 6 levels on NQ, then I'm also always checking ES or the RUT just to see if they're at major support or resistance levels, right? So you can kind of use all 3 or 4 in conjunction to say, yeah, we might be going up another 100 points or 75 handles or whatever on NQ. The NQ is to some extent can act crazier if you're not paying attention to other indexes and the VIX along the way. That's how people get fucked up in NQ. But the good part about NQ is that it's even more forgiving in some respects than the SPY is, right? Because it actually moves slower if you track NDX. Well, at least in my view, it does. But you have to be hyper vigilant on the SPY, on the VIX, and to some extent, IWM. Not as much, but mostly the SPY and the VIX to see, are we on major support, major resistance? Are we kind of floating around the middle? What's the direction of the market currently? And you can kind of piece together where NASDAQ is going. And then, of course, that translates into TQQs. So kind of a boring morning opening right now. Looks like buyers are waiting for, looks like buyers that missed out are waiting for 4,300. I'm not sure, but I'm waiting to take a long here. There's no real news today either, which is good. There's some news today, but I don't think it's big news. I don't think we have anything huge on the docket this morning, from what I recall. Yeah, there's nothing scheduled today. So the I guess the big volatility today would be anything unknown out there. You'll probably find people on Twitter trying to create news. So 25 seconds ago, we've got
20 minutes or so into the U.S. trading session. Equity futures are trending lower now, back towards the overnight low in the S&P Minis 40. The Dow up 130, the S&P up 20 handles or so in the early going. Bond prices remain under pressure. The U.S. 10-year yield is up about 6 basis points at 1.995%.
Several Ukrainian government websites are under cyber attack. What else we've got here? Solomon saying that we won't replicate 2021 capital markets results in 2022. I don't think anyone was expecting that. That's kind of a moot point. Twitter announces a proposed $1 billion senior notes offering. They intend to use the net proceeds from the offering for general corporate purposes. I wonder what those are. I'm going to assume that that's paying people. Could be wrong. Some buyers stepping in down below here at 43,150. I'm looking more down here. I'm looking for 43.50 somewhere down in here. Down here. You see these guys showing up down below here. Hopefully you took your profit off the bell. You guys all take your profit off the bell? Oh, good point, Jason. Make sure everybody has updated their virus software and latest OS. Very good point. Cyber Wars starting, baby. Good morning, Jason. Hopefully Joe Donut's listening right now. I called him this morning and said, take your money and run off the bell. You're welcome. Nightmare subscribed, right on. Oh, yields to the moon. Thanks, brother. Thanks for supporting the channel. Right on. Hope you guys are all making money. We're looking for a bounce down below here. It's somewhere between 430.50. If you can get as deep maybe as 430.16 would be even nicer. Watching some SPY. Puts come in at 223, 432 P, $344,000. Where are they at down here? They're down here at 429.62. This is really where you want to see if there's a rug pull or not. The rest of this is all noise right now. Just waiting to see if there's a rug pull or if the buyers actually step in. It's almost like everybody knows these days, huh? Everybody knows what's going on. Everybody knows so much now that everyone knows to take profit. Everybody knows to look for certain levels. It's kind of funny. Wonder if I'll miss it. Gotta have patience. Like, so right here, right where we are, I'd buy this dip in a minute. Right here. Because I'm afraid we'd miss the next run up. If you didn't sell, probably if this green bar is up, we might green bar it up and then come back down one more time for a test. Also, just to highlight that USO is catching a bid this morning off the bell. USO, United States Oil. Watching some puts against Oxy, but just a heads up that USO is catching a bid right off the bell. And even though we're trading lower right now, market's still generally green across the board. Believe it or not, so still not in a negative context in the market as a whole. Healthcare is up big today so far. Utilities are looking like they're up this morning, so we'll look at XLV as well. XLU. Someone made a point to continue to short. I don't know who it was, but someone was talking about continuing to short. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything on XLU. Good junk bonds. XLV is up slightly off the bell. Good XLP. XLP is catching a bid this morning so far. Keep an eye on XLP. Watching some buyers on UAL, United Airlines. XLE is catching a bid off the bell as well this morning. So XLE, USO. More calls on TDoc. More calls on IWM. Another note too is that there's a claim that XRT is still a good, nice, fat, long short. So if you're a bear, keep your eyes on. But it looks like it might catch a bid today. I'm not sure, but there's a long short out there on XRT. You know, remember back when, I think it was January or December. I think in like September, the trade was in small caps or whatever. Consumer defensive. And then I remember back in January, or there was December or January, maybe it might have been earlier, but we were talking about how everyone was saying, you know, go long on all these consumer defensive stocks. So it was like CNBC talking about it. In reality, it was just selling bags to retail bag holders for the new year. So XRT, if you're a bear. Might want to wait for a rip day. I don't know if you guys remember back in, I think the trade into consumer defensives was like September. And then once we got to like December, CNBC was like, oh yeah, you got to buy all this shit. And reality it was a sell the fucking news. They were just getting rid of it and trying to unload their fucking bags to retail investors. I saw that shit yesterday with Jim Cramer. He's like fucking telling people to buy fucking nat gas yesterday. Like Joe Doda and I were talking about nat gas for months. I'm like, there's no way that this is the first entry to nat gas. So I was kind of scratching my head. Now trading down to 430.65. We'll look to see if this vicinity here is a nice area to buy. Watching calls come in on Tesla now. 9/16, September 16th. 1200C for $4.4 million. Calls on IWM. Tesla, 9/16, 2022, $1,150, $1.6 million. Lots of bottom buyers down here for Tesla currently. Trying to buy some long calls on it. Thinking this is the last drop in the market. I'm not in that camp yet. Q's, February 23rd, 338C for $520,000. Should be soon. We should be able to buy a bottom here soon unless there's a rug pull. I don't see the rug pull happening so far. So we're going to look to see if we can catch a bottom down here for a nice fat run for today. Make sure that they're not going to rug pull down here at 42974. So we're almost there. Almost there. AMC calls February 25th, 16.5. C. IWM calls again. Keep watching IWM calls stack up here at this point. February 23rd, 199C. I don't like zero dates on IWM personally. I always like to dig through the options chain and find out where all the interest is, and then take one or two strikes higher. And I always like the IWM trade over a week to a month. I don't like it. I don't like day trading IWM Sometimes I do, but it's rare.
Volatility of output.
See what the old man is saying. See what Charlie's saying.
Columbia January industrial confidence at 12.7 versus 11.6 prior for Columbia industrial confidence.
I missed a bunch of these things in here. A bunch of news that I didn't read to you guys. Okay, so hang tight here. U.S. President Biden is expected to announce today that it will allow sanctions to move forward on the company in charge of building Russia's Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline, and its CEO decided to move forward with the waiver after Germany said it would halt certification of pipeline on Tuesday. That impacts USO. Also impacts RSX. All right, so this is kind of what we're looking for here. We're looking to see here if the buyers are here or if they move down. If you'll end up seeing like 50,000 or more buyers swoop in. You'll see this great big green fat bar step up here to buy this dip. If we get this dip buy down here, we should be good to go. If we don't get the dip buy here, if you start to see the buyers swoop off, right, start to thin out, that's some concern, right? That's where we're going to trade this market much lower. So I want to see this hold today. This will open the door to that 440 number that you're looking for. If we don't get this buy down below here, you're going to start turning really bearish right around here. So this is kind of the place where bears have to make a stand. I'm going to check out the options chain real quick here. Not as many puts in the market as there were on. So yesterday when we were getting that close and I went through the options chain, they closed all those puts. So we got the 23rd. It looks like people are loading up on 430p. It's like 50,000 contracts, not that many. And then on the 25th, there's 20,000 contracts now on 430p. But nowhere near. We had hundreds of thousands of put contracts. February 28th, there are...
Tenrayo says further increases in energy costs and tradable goods prices are likely to imply somewhat greater persistence in inflationary pressures.
There's like 4,000 puts. I'm going to set on 433p. My assumption is those are bag holders. So we're doing quite well in clearing out puts on the options chain and SPY currently. These all look like new bids. Watching more calls on IWM. February 25th, 197C, $143,000. Also watching some high algo score TQQQ puts. March 4th, 46p for $114,000, $148,000. It's a little bit of battle going on right now. See if we're going to move higher or start to put our bull suit on again, our bear suit on again. So I ended up using, I used Tasty Trade, but I'm assuming that most brokerages, you can watch the active algos flip between sides. Usually on the bell, I'll actively watch the 0 date options chain. and see where the algos go from left. They'll usually bounce back and forth. You can actively watch algos jumping back and forth on the zero dates. Zero dates tend to move the markets up and down. They have an immediate impact on the markets, and you'll see the algorithms and the high frequency traders jumping in between to push the markets higher and lower. They're not always consistent, and sometimes I would say they lose about 20 to 30% of the time. But if you watch them consistently over time, you get a feel for the directional move of the market for the next 5 to 15 minutes. And then what I do is I'll watch a specific zero date on both sides, the put and call side. I'll keep an eye on the current price, or if they're 1 dates or 2 dates, excuse me. If we've got let's say today is like Monday Tuesday, start a day on Tuesday. I'll be watching the Wednesday 1 date options or 2 date options, depending on how you count them.
NASDAQ 100 futures on the composite now in the negative territory, with most of the U.S. markets giving back all the day's gains. European equity markets also coming off of earlier session highs. The DAX is down 0.1% now near session lows.
So we're sitting right on that.
Yeah, crude futures moving in the opposite direction, 93.50 being approached in WTI crude.
So we're sitting here
Stocks
right
moving
on
up.
this
Stocks moving
support
lower,
level.
oil prices moving higher.
We're sitting right on the support level for the channel that we're in, the upward channel from yesterday. So we'll see if this breaks or if this holds. And I'll post this channel for you again. Posted it earlier this morning on @CaptainJimJames. I'll post it for you once more again, so you can just see where we are. Give me an update. It says posted it on Twitter. We got more resistance here. See, the buyers are not showing up here. You want to see the buyers step right in here, see if they can hold this level. Some SPY dip buyers stepping in right now. Also watching some Tesla puts, IWM puts. SPY dip buyers stepping in now. Key support here. And if this doesn't hold, the next price target below would be 428.01. And some more targets below that. I have a target of 42684 and then 42585. Two.
The EU leaders hold an extraordinary summit on February 24th to discuss the Russia-Ukraine situation.
Let's see. 435s are only 40 cents. I'm going to keep my eyes on 435s. Am I able to buy these or not? Sweet. All right, so I'm on some 435s. I could lose some money in this trade, but I'll take the loss if I have to. I think I'm gonna take the trade long here and see if we can trade higher. And I'll put a tight stop loss on it. So I'm gonna enter some 435 Cs. I wanted to take 440s. They're like 3 cents, 4 cents. I don't think we can trade to 440. But I'm gonna trade this, and I'm gonna stay in this trade right now, just to see if any bulls are buying this dip. And if I start losing a ton of money, I'll cut it loose and take it short. But I'm still in the bull thesis, at least for the day, or at least for right now. So I want to see if the bulls step in. I'm not seeing an aggressive bear stance. I'll give the benefit of the doubts, or to the bulls right now. See if we can trade this up to 43.50 at least today. If not, I'll switch bear. I'm gonna give him the chance. Let's go bulls. Yeah, so I just bought this dip. I'm going to hold a tight stop loss on it. I'll cut it loose at like 40 cents. I bought 435 Cs. If we get down to like 38, 36, something insane like that, I'll cut them loose. But I will stay in this trade right now and see if it holds. I'll hold it for the rest of the day unless it's something crazy, some kind of huge reversal. I want to see if this trade can move up higher. If I see anything nasty, see like a wave of puts come in, anything like that, I'll let you know. See if I can. What else we got? VIX is positive and SPY is positive. I guess VIX is not that much positive, I guess. BCRX. All right, what are you guys talking about? U.S. warns Ukraine of full-scale Russian invasion within 48 hours. Senior official Newsweek. Tesla takes SPY down to 420. You guys can just, if you guys want, you just go. If you're just joining us right now, you just go back to the beginning of the video and give you guys some levels for the day, what needs to hold for us to trade higher. And if it doesn't hold, how far deep we trade. So like if this 429 or so or 430 doesn't hold, if this vicinity doesn't hold in the market, the move down is pretty steep. It's down to 4165 or something like that. So we'll see if this holds. If it doesn't hold, we'll trade it down to, I think I gave some places earlier. You're looking for price targets down below of 42811. You're looking for price targets down below of 42681, and then below that 42585. Ultimately, your price target would be, I think it's 4165, or 420 would be the first big one. So we got a long way to go down. 420.71, I think it'd have a tagged at for a move lower. And then you open the door. If you open the door to, if you break, oh, let me see if I get this right here. Make sure I get this correct. Yeah, if you break 420.76, I think it is. 420.70 or so, 420.76, then you open the door down to 415 or 441, excuse me, 41. I think I got my numbers wrong right now. So the door is open right now to 420. Let's be clear about that. So the door to go lower to 420 is open. And once we break, I think 420.70 or something like that, it opens the door down below to 405 and 390-ish. But I don't see them opening that door today. So that's my posit is that we do see 420, but I don't think we see it until we hit 440, or at least 43.50 or somewhere in there. No news day. So I think we trade higher, and I think we take I think the real short's above at 440. So wait and see. We'll wait and see if this holds up or if it breaks. If it does, we'll take a nice fat short. Good morning, Miro. How are you, brother? How you doing? Good to see you, bro. What are you thinking, Miro? Do you think we make the trip down to 420 today and tomorrow on Friday, or do you think we don't make it the trip down until Thursday? Because right now, I don't think we make that trip until end of day or Thursday. Thursday, Friday, I think we make the trip down to 420. Open the door. Let the bears in now. I know. That's where we are right now, right? We're right at that point where are we heading down from here, or are we at the door right now? Bears literally raking in free money every single day. That's funny because I was watching a bear yesterday talk. Talking about how they were getting smoked every time shorts covered. He said he was losing his shirt. And I was like, well, how are you losing your shirt? And he's mostly missing the trade until the end of the trade. So he's not taking the shorts at the right places. He's taking them after the trade is like, 1/3, 2/3 of the way through, and then he pins it until there's a short covering, and so he's getting wrecked. Oh yeah, no worries, bro. We're sitting on the edge of, are we going up or down? I don't know why you guys want to see the Tesla chart. We already know where it is, right? You buy the dip at 800. You trade it to the 835. You pick the trade back up to 850 if it stays bullish. Nothing's really changed, has it? You know that the ultimate price target for Tesla is somewhere down around 750. Could be lower, but I think it's 750, somewhere in there. I think the wall of buyers down at 750 will at least hold it up. The only thing that sucks about buying it at 752 is the expectation can't be that it hits 750 and then it's going to 1,000. It'll more than likely trade sideways at that point for, I don't know, 1 to 3 months or so. Somewhere in there at that vicinity. So let this load up. We'll come back to it. Yeah, that's my. I showed you guys this morning. I showed you guys a chart of where you take your shorts, so that you don't get caught in that trap. And so that's my point on shorting right now. You can make money on shorts, day trading, right now. But the place to take a short right now is 440. If we can even get up that high. If we get up to 450, it'd be a kick-ass place to take a short. Like a nice fat one where you don't have to worry about it. You just let it run. That doesn't mean we don't trade down here down to 400, right where we are right now. But we've been in this downward channel for, I think, all the way since February 2nd. And there's been, 1, 2, 3 so far, 3 great shorting opportunities up higher. So I guess this is the one where people will say, we're not going to get back higher again to 440 and take that short again lower down to 420 because it's stair-stepping down the entire way. And I think you heard Spot Gamma say that they don't see the 2% down move in a day. That might happen, I guess. That can possibly happen. Watching some Qs calls, not big money, SPY puts, SPY calls, all small money, and then small money on Qs, dip buying. But then I just watched SPY 225, 429p for $800,000, which is pretty significant. Pretty big position on SPY puts. We also watched SPY puts get closed yesterday, so Bear is going to be wanting to re-enter SPY puts today. So we'll see if we can take it down from here. So Bears kind of have to step it up here. This is where like Bears need this right now. Now trading down to 429.04. We'll look lower for where buyers are if there are any. It looks like they're rug pulling still. Oh, we got rug pull all the way down to 427 right now. So I might add some puts and see. I might do a split at this point. 427s are $1.32. Let's see what 420s are. Only 15 cents. 425s are 85 cents, 84 cents, 83 cents. Let's see if we can make this a split. Can get them any cheaper. I try to do here. Clear. I just made a split now. So I'm on 425 P's and I'm on some 435 C's. Watching puts come in on QQQs February 23rd, 337p for $133,000. Watching some puts come in on NVIDIA March 4th, 217.5p for $289,000. That actually has high algo score on that one. NVIDIA. Nice. So I bought some 425p's. They've just paid for the losses right now on the calls. They're already up to $1. Their price target of 425. Watching puts come in on XLF, SPY. Actually starting to roll through here. Watching calls on, puts on XLF. Oh, wait a minute here. So we have CRM May 20th, 180C for $25.1 million with a high algo score. We have puts on XLF March 18th, 38.5P high algo score, $149,000. We've got SPY puts February 23rd, 430P for $480,000. QQQs puts February 25th, 336P, $214,000. Also some calls on Qs, February 23rd, 338C for $328,000. Watching calls with a high algo score on OLED, March 4th, 157.5C for $225,000. That's a high algo score. We've got a high algo score on Joby, Joby, March 18th, 5C for $50,000. Calls on Marvel, MRVL, April 14th, 72.5C, $1 million. More SPY calls, February 23rd, 430P for $363,000. You can buy some more here. $425Ps are now up to $1.11, $1.13. They were down at 80 cents just a bit ago. Still no buyers showing up. Looks like there's buyers down below at... They're stepping in a little bit here, but 426 looks like a nice target. See if we can show that support down below. That's that 420 target. And down below here, 425.04. Facebook calls coming in May 20th, 210C for $1.4 million. SPY calls coming in February 23rd, 430C for $76,000. Calls on TSM May 20th, 125C for $694,000. So far, it looks like a weak pump. Buyers are still hiding out down below here. See if they can move their way up or not. Buyers down here still at 427, moving up slightly now. Yeah, I bought some puts. I printed some puts. Well, I printed and printed them. They were at 80 cents or something. I bought them and sold them at $1.12. They covered my long side, so now I'm just long on calls. Still sitting on some 435s. We have free calls on 435C for the 23rd. And if we reject up here, if we reject at 430 or so, I'll cut the calls loose and enter some more puts. I'm going to look for rejection is right around here. 430.50 or so. DKNG puts March 4th, 19p. 4 sets sweeps, 19p, $48,000, $46,000, $89,000, $41,000. And we'll look up the Tesla real quick. We know that the support on Tesla currently is at 801 or so. It looks like the buyers are moving back on Tesla. So let's look at Tesla real quick. And it looks like you can see the support on Tesla is starting to fail. We traded down to 795.27. Traded down to 791, I believe, back in January. And we'll take a look and see if the support is even still there on Tesla at this point or where it actually lies. Talked about hitting 750 on Tesla. See if this can load up here. Some buyers down below at 780, but the real support currently lies much lower. It's down here, 750. And even this has been weakening, but you got 500,000 buyers down here. You know, where we are at 800, you got 20% of those buyers here at 795. So your real support's down here at 750. We can take a look lower and see if there's even stronger buyers. There's 700. I think it's 750. Unless something happens in the market that you don't see, 750 is about where I'd be a buyer on Tesla. Tesla's long-standing support is eroding currently. I think buyers are realizing that they're going to go lower. That's the 750 is a closer number for it. We can get this to load up. Need more coffee. More sellers coming above at 431.39. What's below 720 or 750? Yeah, I haven't heard anything from the Trade the News guy this morning. I don't know why. I don't know what's going on with the Trade the News guy. Let's see, he's not talking at all. Give me a second here. I don't know exactly why. Okay, so here we go. Market internals update. I think we got that at 10:30, 10 minutes ago. It says New York Stock volume, New York Stock Exchange volume is 180 million shares, 1% above its 3-month average. Decliners lead advancers by 1.3 to 1. NASDAQ volume 1.05 billion shares, 10% below its 3-month average. Decliners lead advancers by 1.2 to 1. What else do I have here? Not much. The EU leaders are to hold an extraordinary summit on February 24th to discuss Russia-Ukraine situation. Tomorrow's emergency summit to convene at 2000 local time. I'm assuming that's GMT time, so I don't know exactly what time that is. I think that's like a 7-hour or 6-hour time difference. I don't remember my times anymore. I'm not in the Army anymore. That's all I've got for news so far there. And let me take a look somewhere else. Just a heads up too, put premium is kicking in right now, so just be conscious of the premium kick on the put side of the market is leaking in. Watching puts on RK, March 18th, 60p, $628,000. SPY puts, February 23rd, 427p for $150,000. Puts on CG, Charlie Gamma CG March 18th 44p for $71,000 high algo score. Puts on the Qs February 23rd 336p $413,000. Puts on Qs again February 23rd 336p $109,000. Puts on SPY February 23rd 430p for $219,000. Lots of bouncing around right now on the SPY. U.S. natural gas jumps 3.8% to 4,667, fueled by surge in European gas prices. Ukraine state of emergency draft text suggests ban on mass gatherings and strikes. Ukraine state of emergency draft text says suggestion option to impose curfew if needed. There's a curfew going on from midnight on the 24th for 30 days. USO, we talked about USO around 9:30 this morning. It's now trading higher, even higher at 67.09, but to a high of 67.32. USO is the ticker. Oh boy, puts are getting some money on them, huh? My puts are printing pretty fucking heavy. Still seeing no support until 426.50 or so. And even then, the rug keeps getting pulled back. Kathy Woods from RK is rage shorting NQs again. Too funny. Yeah, I think Kramer said buy nat gas. So everybody's buying nat gas this morning. Oh, looks like I'm break even again on puts. I was up maybe 20 or 30%. I sold some calls at that resistance point and then added some more SPY puts. So we'll see. They're just bouncing around right now. They're going like green to flat to green to flat to green to flat. And just kicking around. Yeah, they're 425s. I keep getting in and out of 425 Ps. And I was in some calls for a little bit. I ended up selling out of those calls. Re-entered puts again. Looks like a price target down. I mean, it looks like my only concern is I want to keep looking at Tesla and see if the support keeps eroding. Because the buyers still aren't stepping in here. So we'll see what's going on with Tesla. We'll reload Tesla again. For the market to go down, you really need Tesla to start breaking through 800. And 795 is not going to do it. You're going to need like 780, 760, 770, something like that. You need a 50-point move down for Tesla for the next leg down in the market. And if you don't see that next leg down in Tesla, you're going to see SPY move higher. That makes sense. Can't have the market go down any deeper. You can't just buy SPY puts and expect SPY to go down without Tesla going down. So we'll keep an eye on SPY or on Tesla here. You want to see if support can be broken. If it can't be broken, market should trade higher to 440. But we'll see what happens. RK puts March 18th, 60p, $469,000. Almost there on Tesla. We'll find out. That's what you got to see. Like, you got to kind of put it all together, right? You need to see Apple start to break through. You want to see Amazon break through some support. We talk about this sometimes, right? I don't like taking short where we are here. I'd rather see us at like 830 or 850, 900 on some tech stocks that start taking short. So we'll take a look and see where we are. You want to see this grind below here on Tesla. You want to see 800 break support for the market to move lower. We can get this to load up here. Just check my connection here, make sure I'm connected to this guy.
You're listening to Trade the News.
Yeah, I got a good connection. He's just not talking this morning. I don't know why. Nice support kicking in right here. Some buyers finally stepping in on the SPY. See if this can hold. Need this to break here. Need this 427 to break. Need this rug pull here. If you can't get this rug pull, you'll see the market trade higher. It's kind of your thing, right? You need to see... So we can find Tesla, but bring Tesla back up and see what's up. And just for context. So you're looking at Tesla down here, right? You've got support at 796, 790. You need to see real market selling, like real equities selling in the SPY. You want to see a rug pull on Tesla. There's a little bit of a rug pull in here. A little bit of a rug pull down here at 796, 790. Real buyers starting to set up a little bit lower at 780. So you want to see a trade down here for SPY. You can't get SPY down here if Tesla holds out at 7 or at 800. You're not going to get the SPY down lower. So we'll monitor Tesla as the day moves on. Looks like buyers are rug pulling a little bit on the SPY again. Yeah, no, I saw 797 get pulled. I saw 797 get broken. I saw that get broken. We mentioned it earlier. I'm going to add another symbol up here. Want to keep an eye on USO. Watching puts come in on BCRX, June 17th, 12p. High algo score, $160,000. Walmart puts, February 25th, 136p, $54,000. AMC puts, February 25th, 16.5p, $114,000. KHC has a high algo score, February 25th, 40.5c, $27,000. More AMC puts. It's got a lot of room here to have to break through. A lot of grinding here for a big break in the market on Tesla. Well, look, you guys want to see like Apple and Amazon, see if we can get breaks or if they're on major support. We'll take a look at the market health in big tech. See if we're breaking support or not. Calls on Tesla March 11th. SPY puts February 23rd, 430p, $268,000 SPY puts. Tesla calls March 11th, 915c, $275,000. SPY puts, market warning to an extent. Some SPY puts right now, February 23rd, 430p, $638,000. SPY puts again, February 23rd, 430p, $328,000. So racks of SPY puts being purchased right now. Just heads up out there. USO is starting to roll over as well. VIX is kind of just doing its thing. Lots of put buying out there right now. I'll post all the put buying that's going on. Looks like bears are just loading up on puts. BTU April 4. Oh, wait a minute. I missed all those. So I now have $5 million on SPY puts. I'll post these to Twitter here. Bears are just loading up. They don't care. So we'll post all these to Twitter. Nope. We'll see if these big tech stocks are actually going to break support or not. This posted the puts that are coming through on SPY. It's pretty heavy. And the market's starting to turn slightly red. Still have a bid in energy, healthcare, medical devices, real estate. Some bid in consumer defensive and basic materials. Semiconductors still has a bid in it. Some of tech still does as well. It's not full on blood red yet. Looks like someone wants to hold the market up. Good Apple right now. See if it's grinding through support or not. Looks like Apple's willing to give up 162. $160. Currently trading at 163. Look lower. Need a pretty big rug pull at 160. Maybe Apple could trade down to 160. And that could pull the market down.
Russian year-to-date consumer prices up 1.54% in weekly data, up 0.24% on the week. Russia weekly consumer price data.
Amazon next and see how healthy that's doing, or how unhealthy. I think we said it could go down to 3,800, but I'm not sure. So I got a mark on 160 on Apple. You know, a lot needs to dump, right? You're looking at all these big tickers to see if they can dump deeper. Tesla's sitting on some pretty decent support, even though it's grinding through. Apple has a little way down it can go. It's got a little bit more room that could drop. Trading slightly below the VWAP on Amazon. See how this support area is for Amazon. Amazon could probably come down a little bit. Probably work its way down to 2,900. We called 28 as firm support yesterday on Amazon. This will be a big one here. So maybe we could see some more weakness. And then down here, this is where real support is, down below 2,800 on Amazon. But lots of work to be done. Look at Netflix next. Looks almost more like a grind than anything. Some nice room for Netflix to trade lower. 360, 350. There's a nice short right here, believe it or not. It's a nice short down to 360, 350. No semblance of buyers here. Major sellers on Netflix currently. Watching rolling SPY puts coming in now. February 23rd, 430p, we know about those. XLF puts, we've seen multiples on XLF puts. May 20th, 35p, $412,000. May 20th, 35p, $236,000. So they're going to attack XLF to drop the market. Typically, this is what you'd see as weakness in XLF to see general weakness in the market. So look at XLF. We'll look at Tesla one more time, and then we'll look at XLF. More SPY puts. February 23rd, 430p, $323,000. SPY puts 223, 424p. I gotta see what my puts are doing right now. Yeah, I'm pretty good. I'm at $1.16, $1.12, still floating around. XLF puts May 20th, 35p, $822,000. Still kind of bummed. My puts are doing okay, but they're not doing great. Now they're at like floating around $1.10, $1.16 at the high I was for a moment. SPY puts February 23rd, 425p, $71,000. I'm gonna repost more put flow for you on Twitter. Now have $6.1 million. Before we had $5 million on SPY puts. So I'll post these for you as well. And the real key to this, I think, is not tech. I think there's going to be grind in big tech, but the real key on this is that I'll show you the XLF puts. How you really attack the market for real money selling is you're looking for some of the larger waiters to get attacked in SPY. And looks like they're attacking, this is a SPY, an update. But if you see like, if you're not seeing XLU catch a bid, that's not good. And then if you see, I just posted an update on the SPY puts. And then if you see an attack on, let's say, XLF at the same time, that's not good as well. That can create selling within the market, regardless of, let's say, you're a tech bull or something. So we're going to check XLF real quick again. I'm going to update. Yeah, so XLF is now the second most bearish ticker, or, you know, it's an index, but it's the for at least for ticker strikes. So I'll put XLF puts up there. That would put XLF back to July, if I have that right. I don't know if I have that right, but I think it's like July, like $35, I think was like summertime or something. There's one strike in there at 38.5, but the rest are at 35p for May. I just posted those two at Captain's Alpha as well. JP Morgan is saying that oil prices will average $110 in the second quarter. Nice tap on 426.85. Not $1.18. I'm gonna cut loose my my puts on 425 at $1.19, and I'm gonna look for another entry in just a moment here. See if we can get those down to like 80, 90 cents again. Bring that closer.
Incrementally on Russian sanctions, British Prime Minister Johnson reportedly told a meeting of finance industry representatives and regulators that the UK wants the toughest possible next tranche of Russian sanctions, and he thinks that could change the outcome in Ukraine.
Take a look at Tesla here. See this nice grind lower on Tesla. I want to see a break of this 780. This would be a nice move down. If you could see a break of this 790 down to 780. If you break through 780, it opens the door wide open to 750. Ugh. Need to get some sleep. Oh, I'm frozen. Yeah, I'm having. I don't know if I'm having. I don't know if I'm having. I mean, I'm going to turn off my camera for now because you know what I still haven't figured out is I downloaded a couple utilities for this Elgato bullshit, and it's not. I don't have the right utilities, or they stopped. I don't know if they got rid of a certain utility. I'm having some issues here. I got a new computer coming in though, so I bought a computer and it should help us along. And it should be delivered. I bought it through eBay, so eBay is kind of a weird fucking thing. They'll tell you like, you know, they're shipping it today or tomorrow, and then it takes like fucking 3 days, 5 days, 10 days. You never know when you're getting something from eBay. eBay kind of sucks. So I'm gonna turn off so I can devote more power to the other to the book map. Yeah, I got a bunch of screeners running. Looks like those 425s are killing off some of the value on them right now. They're down to $1.03, $1.02. Let's see if we can get another rejection above. And it's weird, you know, this screen right here is not frozen. This is just moving slow right now. Tesla's just moving slow. So the big move would come lower than 780, not at where we are right now, right? 793 or whatever, 800. It'll be a grind. Still some room to spare though, and like Netflix has some room to go down. Apple has some room to go down. 162, just so you know out there. It's like there's two big numbers for Tesla. Or not Tesla, for Apple there's two big numbers. Everybody was focused on oh wait a minute. We got some SE. I know we've got SE followers out there. So C Limited, March 4th, 150C, $611,000 times 2. We'll look at SE here in just a moment. Some dip buyers on SPY, February 23rd, 429C for $75,000. ARK, March 18th, 60P for $468,000. We'll look at SE because I used to like trading that ticker. But just be careful, or not careful, but just know that, you know, if, for Apple, there's two main numbers, okay? There's 160 and 140. We've got Tesla puts coming out, February 25th, 800P for $741,000. So, RK, I don't know if we told you that, March 18th, 60P for $500,000. So on Apple, there's like pretty much two numbers that everybody wants to focus on, all these bulls. And that is
the
160.
inflation spike is largely unexpected.
I don't know what the fuck is going on with yeah, it's saying that my
ECB's to cost also saying inflation spike is lasting longer than expected as well.
It's saying I've got a little bit of latency here on my end. Not saying that it's back up to full strength again. I don't know why that is. Maybe it's the Russians. So like 160, you want to see a break of 160 on Apple. Matter of fact, right now we're seeing Apple puts March 18th, 162.5p for $1.7 million. And really you want to see a break of 160 on Apple for that move, for that leg down to 140. And bulls for like a year, I think. I want to say it was all of 2021. Pretty much floated around. It could have been 2020, but it floated around that 140 number. And so that's where you want to see pain on Apple bulls.
The costing inflation has been mostly caused by energy.
No, that's not true. Spain is saying that inflation is, I guess Spain's saying that. Try to blame inflation on fucking energy. It's crazy. You look at just the price of vehicles, price of housing, price of food. They're not even talking about that. So on Apple, at least, bulls aren't gonna feel pain unless it goes below 140. So you're gonna look for that. If QT comes into play, you'd see it trade below 140. But until then, it's gonna be a grind down below 160. But there is room to trade down there for sure. And we just saw puts come in on Apple for $1.7 million. SE is sitting right on some kind of a support of 120.
Saying there's a higher probability inflation will stay at 2% in the medium term.
Yeah, no. That's not happening. Seems like pretty firm support down here. You might get maybe set an alert at 100 on SE and then track those calls. It's about $1.2 million on calls on SE. Another marker is 110.
In European equity markets falling, U.S. equity markets lower into the European close. The DAX is lower by about 0.5%. U.S. equity markets at the lows of the early session here as we head towards the European close.
Just breaking through this next price target that I gave you earlier on the SPY. That was at, I believe, 426.80. And the next target below is 42586, if we can get down that low. And if we break below 425, if we break below 4258, I think I got it right here right now at 4258, maybe 84. If there's a break below there, your next target below is down to 420. So anything below 4586, you'll get some traffic at 425, but then below that is 420. 420 and change. I'm not in anything right now. I'm currently flat on the market. I'm still waiting. I took some profit on this next level down. I'm going to look for a rejection above somewhere around hang tight. I'll find you my next buy-in. So around 42735. We're getting close to it. And some sellers above at 428. Might get that. We might get as high as 428, but I doubt it. Some SPY calls coming in right now. March 4th, 432C, $300,000. This, if we break, so on the daily chart, right, the SMA in the daily chart, SPY's been trading below the 21 SMA consistently all morning. And it's making an attack on the 21 MA right now to see if it can break above and hold something. We're going to look at a simple moving average. It's been trading below the 21 MA on a 1 minute all morning. So we'll see if it can break above.
Saudi Wealth Fund reportedly considering its options for an $86 billion stake in Saudi Aramco. The PIF said to start talks on how to monetize their Aramco stake. Also said to get advisor pitches on an Aramco stake sell down.
Seeing a little bit of a fall off on the VIX right now. You see that? You guys watching that reversal on the VIX currently? You guys watching the VIX real quick? Had a nice trade up on it to 30.70, and then a weird reversal bar down to 29.86.
ECB's the cost. Just reiterating what we've heard from other ECB officials saying we can't rule out a lift-off conditions that are going to be met earlier than previously seen, and the ECB will decide on its options, but gradualism will remain a key.
If you guys want to do some shout outs on tickers, let me know and I'll post some tickers for you. Yeah, there are housing market ETFs. Yeah, I saw that news that came out too, stating that the demand for new housing or for buyers went down yesterday. We just had that conversation, right, where we talked about. So yesterday, some news came out saying that the demand for housing dropped, and we were talking, I think, 2 or 3 days ago. I was saying, everybody focuses on getting their rates in. So there's a huge push of buyers in housing to get a good rate, and that's what everybody talks about. That's what like Bob on Main Street says, right? Better get your rates in now so that you're not stuck in a variable rate or high rates. You lock in a rate, and you don't ever want to be in a. We got some RSX calls coming in April 14th, 25C. Tesla calls coming in February 25th. 840C, $138,000. We're getting a small break above the 21 MA on the daily. Looks like some covering going on.
ECB's DeCoste saying that the ECB will remain vigilant to see if the PEPP refinancing is enough.
We'll talk about housing here when this guy stops talking. Watching some short covering right now. Let you know that I was out of puts, so just be careful of some short covering right now if you're a bear. This will be the first break above the 21 MA on the daily currently this morning. First time this kind of a break. So we'll see if we can get a rejection again above at 427.84, or if it tries to trade higher into about 430. So the housing market, right? We were talking the other day about this before this information came public yesterday, which was that the demand for housing has gone down. But the point where I was trying to make the other day was that everybody wants to talk. Everybody's fearful of the housing market from 07, 08, saying, "No, that's never going to happen again." And everybody was in variable rate mortgages. But my point was that everyone's focusing on two things. They're focusing on, well, I'm not getting a variable rate mortgage, and I'm in a low rate right now before rates continue even higher than where they are. I don't know what they're at right now. It's like less than 3, but before rates go crazy, I'm going to buy my house right now. But the one thing that people don't talk about, and I don't know if it's just from age or don't remember, or people want to gloss over this, and that is only that one of the big problems back in 07, 08, when that stuff was going on, not only did you have people in fucked up mortgages with high rates or variable rates, you also had like the guy living next door to you that just bought his house. So let's say your house was fucking burned into the ground. You're in a fucked up mortgage plan, or you got 4 or 5 houses. You're living paycheck to paycheck. Doesn't matter how much you're making every week. But there's like two things, there was two other factors there was two other major factors going on. And one of the major factors that there's two things no one wants to talk about. Like, number one is when a company stops to expand, right? So if they're not in a growth phase, so let's say you're working for a company, they're working for company X, and they stop expanding, right? They start to consolidate. They've got shareholders like you and I out there that are demanding. And especially when we hear these guidances, right? When you hear a company saying, well, I'm going to give good guidance.
TJX, the CFO on their call, just saying they continue to see cost increases from freight and wage and expect these costs to be higher than the company had anticipated. Tango Juliet X-ray.
Here, hold on here. We already did Tesla. I'll do TDT for you. So when you have growth start to slow down in a company, right? And even though the company and their guidance is saying, well, we expect good guidance for our next quarter, and then you listen to their guidance and they say to you something like, oh, well, how are you going to increase profits for your next report? And they tell you in their guidance, they say, well, we're raising prices, right? So you're like, okay, so how long can we raise prices? Some companies can, like Coca-Cola can. Coca-Cola can always add on to the price of the can of Coca-Cola, but some companies can't, right? They can only go so far with that. And then the next step for them is to start to cut growth in their company and cut back employees. So if that rolls right over the next 6 months, a year, the next 2-3 quarters, even though the company is going to report good guidance for 2 or 3 quarters, if they start to cut back their employment force, if they're saying we don't need this position, we don't need that position, if they start to say that kind of stuff, right? And their guidance still looks great, their numbers look great still. What happens to like Bob on Main Street is, let me take a look here. What happens to Bob on Main Street is they're bought this house at the peak of the market. They're sitting in that house, right? They don't have a bad rate. They don't have variable rates. And let's say they bought that house for $1 million. Okay, they bought it for $1 million, and everybody else is getting fucked, but they're not. But if there's 2 concerns that came out for people that were actually paying their bills, or actually had a good career, or I have got a great degree, I've got years working as an engineer, let's say for any kind of company, right? I'm an engineer for a company. If those jobs start to disappear, right? And then if they're they're not going to get paid what they're supposed to get paid, right? Or they get wage stagflation. And then you have the demand for housing going down, right? You get the demand for housing going down, and then all of a sudden you got the guy next door that got the variable rate, or the guy next door that got bad rates, loses his job or her job or whoever. They end up losing their home, right? The demand for housing goes down. You start to see homes in your own community, no demand for those homes, and they start going into bankruptcy. So it's not you, right? Like you're the person you're the woman or the man doing what you're supposed to be doing, but you find out that your $1 million house is now only worth $500,000. $750,000. Believe it or not, it's that low. It's like goes down 30%, goes down sometimes even as high or as much as 50%. You look at a market like Phoenix. You got some of these markets in the U.S., not all of them, but some of these markets in the U.S. are way overpriced, way, and there's no growth coming if we go into a recession. So my point though behind it is that even if you're doing all the right stuff, you might be so upside down on your mortgage alone, right, that you're like, well, shit, I still owe this rate. I still owe.
European bourse is wrapping up trading for the day. German DAX down 0.5%. The FTSE up 0.1%.
I'm still paying a mortgage on $1 million home that's now only worth $750,000, let's say. So when do I actually recover that money back? Is it 5 years? Is it 10 years? Is it 15 years? And am I stuck inside of this mortgage in this place that I might not be living in?
No clear signs of second round effects.
Right, so the panic sets in with some of these homeowners, and then now they want to get out. They don't even care if they're losing
2-year floating rate
money
notes
on that mortgage.
3.22. 2-year floating rate note reopening. Indirect bidders take 72.8%. Direct bidders take 0.0%. They draw minus 0.050% with a discount margin of 21.14% at the high.
You have to understand when you're young, everything is fine. But as you get older, when you start to hit your mid-30s, you hit your 40s and your 50s, you start thinking about, hey, do I actually want to have this big house? My kids are getting older. They're going into college. If I ever get sick, you start to wonder, do I want to stay here where I'm at right now after living in this house for 10, 15 years? Am I ever going to get back my largest investment in my life? So they start to panic. That happened in the 2007, 2008. It didn't just affect people. Like you see that show or that movie there, The Big Short or whatever. I think it was Big Short, where they're looking at the stripper or something, and she was the person that had the bad mortgage. But it didn't just affect those people. It affected man on the street. It affected people that had great jobs, people that had great security and paid their bills, and they weren't upside down. So just be conscious of that as the housing market plays out. Is my only point when it comes to housing. Okay, so we are seeing a nice bid in the SPY right now. It's a nice short covering operation. For the first time, we are trading above the 21 MA, and now also the 50 MA on the daily. So we'll see if this holds. See if it can trade higher to 430. If
the Italian
not,
government saying they will not be extending
their
COVID state of emergency beyond March 31st. It's coming from the Prime Minister.
Someone was asking how to short real estate. That's where that rant came from. And so demand is already getting lower. And I talked about this too before those numbers came out. I was talking last week on the channel about about demand in my demand has been very high where I'm living right now, right? It's been massive. We've had our market's gotten huge. And for the first time, I'm seeing flippers and rehabbers start to try to dump properties that are not even finished. They're like 3/4 of the way finished, 90% complete in their rehabs, and they're just trying to unload them with cash. They're just asking, I want 100 grand, 300 grand, 500 grand. Just unload this property. And they're in suburbs. They're not in like the city. They're in nice neighborhoods. They're just trying to unload them right now. They don't want to be underneath in these houses if anything happens in the market. And I haven't seen that in, I don't know, 8 to 10 years. I haven't seen it quite like that. I've seen anyone buying houses, any investors buying houses, any flippers, any of those people. I'm not talking about the big companies. I'm talking about someone that maybe owns 10, 20, 30 houses. Any of those people that are now flipping in nice neighborhoods, they're just trying to unload right now. And it's the first time I've seen it. I haven't seen it in 10 years. I haven't seen anything like that.
Draghi saying his government will gradually phase out the mandatory use of COVID health passes in Italy.
See how high here we can trade. And the numbers to back it up just came out yesterday. Because I had someone tell me the other day, that's not happening. We still have demand. And sure enough, yesterday we got demand going down. It's kind of funny. Because you can already see it before it's reported in the market. You can just look out there and see. Just go out there and find these houses. They're dumping them. Investors are dumping them before they're finished with their rehabs. Trading higher currently to this first point up here. First one that we talked about, which is 427.82. A little bit of ice coming in above here. Real sellers are still higher, somewhere around 42966. Little bump down here. Looks like we can trade higher, possibly higher to 429.76. Some resistance where we are currently. All right, so sorry, I missed a bunch of what you guys are requesting over here. We're gonna look at TDT. Sorry about that. So I'm trying to look for positioning on the market right now to make some money. Watching calls come in on Apple now. We had 2 million in puts on Apple. Now watching 4 million on calls on Apple. March 25th, 170C, $4.4 million. Oh, I like this ticker. This must be this had to be Winky that called this ticker out. I like this a lot. Nice support at $60. Price target higher at $90. Currently trading at 74. There's more sellers right now, but definitely set an alert in your charting program for TDD, Tango Delta, down here at $60. See some resistance above here too, currently on TDT. Set another support at $70. I like this generally speaking. Set alert at 60. If you get a nice dip down to 60, you can take this up to 90 to $100. pretty big mover right here. I don't know who called that one out. Good one. Hold on, what am I missing here? Hold on, I missed what you guys are saying. Oh yeah, I forgot, Jason. You live in Phoenix, right? Phoenix's real estate market's out of control. Like out of control. And I'm not saying that it's not going to keep growing. I'm saying that it's not going to keep growing if we get a downturn in the economy. If we get a downturn in the economy, Phoenix is fucked. I've been to Phoenix. I've been going to Phoenix for decades. I go hiking and biking down there. I go north to Flagstaff. Huge growth in Phoenix. You know, and I like the huge growth. I'm just saying that I've seen it before. You know where I saw it before? I saw it in Nevada. I have a buddy that I grew up with. Went to high school with him and then hung out with him after college. And he sold a house in Las Vegas right before 2007, 2008, had a deal fall through to buy a new house and was just sitting on a bunch of cash. And it was in North Henderson or something. When the market collapsed or whatever we had in 2007, that was the same thing. They were just building. And he bought his next house after the last collapse in 07, 08. I think he bought it for like $200,000 or something. He had hard cash on him, and now it's worth like $1.2 million, $1.3 million. But at that time, you could drive all over Vegas, right? And it was a war zone. It was just empty houses, as far as the eye can see. Unfinished construction projects, unfinished building, just insano. It was like a war zone. Like Florida was the same way. And Phoenix is pretty much looking like a lot like what Vegas looked like back then, and that huge growth phase that they had leading in from like, I want to say the growth phase started in like 2000 or something. I think I remember my first time going to Vegas was like 99 or 2000 or something, and they had just started building Vegas out into the mountains, and then by 07 it was insane how much building that had taken place in that 5 or like 8 year period or so, 7, 8 year period. Yeah, I'm not in disagreement, Jason. I get the idea behind why Phoenix is growing. I get the idea. I get it. Like, and I understand it. I'm not like trying to shit on Phoenix either, to any of you out there, in any way, shape, or form. My point behind this is if you see growth in companies slow down, you see companies will promise in cyclically, they'll say, hey, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. And then all of a sudden, you'll see these companies stick around. You'll just end up seeing the growth stop. And when the growth stops, right, you have to understand that, not you, but I mean, people don't understand, don't talk about the people that did the right things. They get fucked too. And they end up getting fucked in that cycle. It's not just someone who made the mistakes. People that made the right decisions, they get stuck in that cycle as well. Affirm. AFRM, May 20th, 30C, $570,000. You can look it up. You guys, I know some of you guys know. I know that Jason knows. You guys can go on YouTube, right? They got realtors on YouTube that talk about this. Like realtors in the Phoenix area that talk about how the explosion of real estate there. All right, so we looked at TTD. I'll look at Ford. Hold on here, bros. TTD. I'll look at Ford next. Sorry, I'm going to try to make my way through the requests that are out there right now. I'm sorry to take so long to get through them. So we'll let up Ford. This would be the next place to take a short, I guess. Looks like it. We'll see. Well, looking at a confluence of the 21 and the 50 right now. See what that means. They're touching PPs together. QQQs. June 16th, 285p, 12 or $11.2 million. Ouch. QQQs, June 16th, 285p. Man. And I guess that's the real question. Let me know, or don't let me know. Any of you out there right now that were an adult, you don't have to be like 30 or 40, but like anywhere between like 25, you're aware. Anyone out there that was 25 or older in 2007 can attest to this when it happened. Then prior to there were other times. There was like 1986, 87. I was a kid then, but it impacted my family. We went through the 86, 87, wouldn't call it a crash, but a recession that took place. But specifically housing. If the last ugly one in 07, if you were 25 or older, and at that time I was living in Vail, so we didn't see it as much. We saw the Enron shit and all that, but that's a whole other conversation of what happened in Vail. $17. Looks like pretty decent support. $16. But we also know that Ford, right? The real money was in at like $3 or $4 on Ford. But anyone that was an adult in 07, 08 watched it happen. And probably some of you have parents, if you were younger, that may have been caught up in that. And everything was pumping then, right? Cristal was flowing. I remember it. You Louis Trey, you could drink whatever you want. You could go out to eat whatever you want. You go to a restaurant and spend thousands. No big deal. It was money just burning. And it was like a snap of the fingers. It was almost overnight. It was like a snap of the... Well, it wasn't overnight. It took some time. But you knew right when it took place. You could feel it. But there was a change. So we got 1654 on Ford, 1602, and then 1502. Seems like $15, right? $15, a big move. No lower than 15. Price target above $18. Monster sellers at 20 and 18. Just the tip of the iceberg up here at $18. I don't like Ford right now. OSTK. Gotcha. It's bizarre too. And I'm not saying that's going to happen. I'm not trying to say to you guys out there like, oh, doom and gloom, we're getting a market crash, we're getting a recession guaranteed. You know, it's 100% guaranteed this is happening. But I don't always like to hear people say, you know, this will never happen, or if the economy slows down, these companies will save us, and they just don't. Their saving measures actually impact Main Street people. Let's go. OSTK, it's sitting at 43.26.86. Looks like it's trading slightly down to $40. I don't like that that the buyers are weak until we go even lower. Sellers at 50. More buyers than sellers, which is nice to see. This is a tough one to call. The one concern down here is just showing firm support here at $40. Got a nice price target of 50. I like all that. I like all this right here. And the only thing I don't like is that there's probably the buyers are slightly lower. They're down here at like $35. So if market conditions were against, or some bad news on OSTK, there's hidden buyers even lower than this presumed support of $40, 40.54. Maybe day trading in here, and then if you want to actually buy it, look lower. They're looking lower at like $35, $36, even though it's not showing up here. XLRE, that one next. I'm not reading your comments right now because I'm back above your comments trying to find the tickers you guys want me to see, so I apologize for not reading. XLRE, real estate, ETF. Put that one next. Just putting around on SPY at 428. Watching call or puts on SPY February 28th, 420p for $155,000. Watching calls on Uber. More calls on RSX. That's the Russian ETF. Calls on Uber February 25th, 34C for a couple $20,000 buys. Google February 25th, 2635C, $281,000, $314,000. Then watching puts on NEO, 3 sets of sweeps. The April 14th, 20p. Yeah, that's kind of weak right now on both sides, right? Got real no commitment from buyers, and you got real no commitment from sellers until 429.60 up here at VWAP. Just kind of floating around. Let me scroll down and see what you guys are saying. I'm missing you guys saying bought a house for 140, puts it was worth 60K. It took until 2017 when it, yeah, so Winky's making a good point. Bought a house for 144,000 in 2003. By 07 it was worth 60 grand. Took until 2017 before it's back to 144. Yeah, Winky, that's much like the stock market, right? Timing is everything. If you're not timing it right, you never really drag yourself out from it. And you as a homeowner, you look at that and you're like, well, I'm going to go talk to my attorney and find out if I can just dump this fucking house, fuck my credit up, and build it back up before I can jump into a new house at a better price. Got hammered in the dot-com bust. I remember the Whopper being stopped being $1. Right on, Jesus. Yeah, I'll do Amazon. What is Chris saying? Don't say people doing the right thing get hurt too for no reason, because if you are a good citizen and not marching against who? What the fuck is that? Chris, what are you saying, bro? A good citizen and not marching against governments, CBs, infinity debit credit expansion. You are allowing criminal activity. I have no idea what you're talking about, bro. No idea. So I don't know what Chris is saying, but I want Chris to know something, that our tax system, right? Our tax system, the United States tax system, you are being looted. I don't know. Never chair paying up for non-organic real growth. So it's weird because our tax system is built around, whether you like this or not, this is a truth. Whether you like this or not, our tax system is built around you getting married, going to college, getting married, assuming debt, right? To have children, believe it or not. Whether you want to do this or not, or you think it's right or not, that's what our tax system is built for right now, currently. And so you get caught into that trap of doing those things. There's no real entry into a better life for most people, right? For most people, unless you start assuming debt, you start assuming, you start getting married, you start having kids, all that kind of stuff. You're kind of pushed into that. I'm not saying you should or that it's the right thing to do, but our system is set up for that. And so you can't really say to somebody, you can't say to somebody out there, well, you chose to get an education and you chose to buy a house and you chose to do these things. That's what people on Main Street typically do, right? And our system is built around that happening, whether it's right or wrong. I'm not saying that, but the majority of Americans, I'm not going to say to them, yeah, you shouldn't have, paid for this or taken this credit out on that, or, got married, had kids, whatever. That's just what it is. Yeah, that's what I am as well. Jason, I have everything for me is on LLCs, C corps, and then trust funds. Justin saying it took 17 years to recover from the dot-com crash when adjusted for inflation. Yeah. Yeah. It was brutal. Okay, so we're looking at XLRE. Not really seeing a lot in XLRE. At these smaller ETFs, you don't typically see a bunch of movement. You got a lot more sellers on. The only thing we can extrapolate from XLRE is there's more sellers than there are buyers on it currently. We're not going to really see much on Bookmap. That's often the case on Bookmap with these small ETFs. So we're not going to be able to extrapolate too much. Not enough volume. Still watching short covering on the SPY. We called out earlier that we could possibly trade as high as, I think, 430. It's slowly coming down here. It could be lower, like 429.88 or so. Yeah, somewhere up in here. And that's the 200 MA on the simple moving average. SPY calls February 23rd, 428C for $200,000. And they're starting to materialize now. You can see them higher. They're up here at 429.72. Just take note of these sellers above. Yeah, I'll look at RSX for you. Some of these smaller ETFs, they don't really show. They don't often show well on Bookmap. Calls on Affirm again, May 20th, 30C, $693,000. Let me see what you guys. I'm trying to go back up here to see what you guys are calling out. NVIDIA, skills. We'll do RSX, then we'll do NVIDIA and skills. You guys might have to re-text and chat some tickers again because the chat just keeps rolling by and I get caught up doing these and miss them. Give me just a minute. Don't type any yet, and we'll rehash it again. CB, oh yeah, central banks, right? That was nuts. How about RSX, Rush ETF? Yeah. Jason Henderson trading for a living for the corp. Always been curious about how that works. I knew the couple's financed the Hills pre-08 and then got divorced. The law changed after that. Yeah, oh yeah. Is this a buy? No, this is not a buy program. This is short covering. Do you guys all understand the differences between that stuff? So RSX, lots of calls coming in RSX right now. My assumption is you can see where we are, right? This is why we've got calls coming in RSX. Do you guys see why? You got calls coming in RSX? It's being pimped up and propped up. Look at that. Stupid. All the buyers are down at 1750. Every buyer is down at 1750 on RSX. So look at NVIDIA. So this is not a buy program. So just so you guys know, right? The difference. So this is short covering that's happening right now on the SPY. And it's not being pressured into a squeeze higher. Now you might see it, but currently at this moment on the SPY, if you look at the way that's going up, this isn't a melt up. This isn't a squeeze higher. These are shorts that are covering. You would see different kinds of behavior in the SPY right now if we were short covering and being squeezed, and if you had short covering with squeezes with real money flow coming into the market. So right now we've got more calls coming on the SPY, February 23rd, 428P or C. Scratch that, 428C for $176,000, and more calls on the SPY, February 25th, 431C for $157,000. You are looking for, there are different behaviors in the SPY, any stock, looking for different behaviors and how it acts. There's differences in how they look. If it's short covering is one thing. Then you've got like a melt up. You've got like a short covering with, calls coming into the market and real money buying coming into the market. And you'll start to see the squeezing higher. It won't come back. You won't see, and then there's a melt up type of calls coming into the market. Then there's the squeezing higher, and they all look different. So right now, all I'm seeing is short covering. I'm not seeing a bid come into the market as shorts are covering currently. You'd see much faster movement if it was a buy program. Look at NVIDIA. Support at 200, 210, 220. Looks a lot like the Tesla chart, right? Not too much difference from the Tesla chart. You guys heard the news about, was it Neon? Ukraine offer, or is the only or the most neon mining for chip production comes out of Ukraine. We'll look lower. Not a lot going on right now on NVIDIA. If the market were to trade down lower, you'd want to see that break below 230. Looks like major support though at 200. That's a nice number. Not a big move down for NVIDIA. Let's just set some buy alerts on your charting program for 220.90. Again at 211.20. And if the market were ever to sell down deeply, start looking at 201.36 to buy a dip on. I don't know that it gets that low. You want to see a price target above if you're super duper bullish on NVIDIA? Sky's the limit, right? Real sellers above at 290. Some sellers at 240. Where we are right now. Nice buy program going on right now on NVIDIA. I never see like puts on NVIDIA. Rarely, some, but not a lot. Always calls. Lots of calls on NVIDIA. So the question is, thanks, Jason. So how Justin Kinney is asking, how can you tell if there's a buy program? That's a very good question. So we're going to talk about that right now, what we're going to be looking for, right? So how do we tell if there's a buy program on the SPY, right? Hang tight here. So there's a few things I'm looking for, right? So currently where we are right now, right? we hit this bottom down below at 426.61, and then we tapped it a second time, and we reversed course, right? So right when that happens, the first thing that I'm thinking about is if someone was short, where are they going to take profit? So that's my first step, right? So we're looking down below. We're in this other channel down below. It's actually lower. It's like 425.84. And that's going back. It's going back somewhere. I posted this chart on Twitter earlier today, right? But we're looking at some support down here. Let's say at 426.65. The lower end is somewhere in between there and 424. There should be a test there, right? Or some form of support there. And so the first thing you're looking for is a bounce, right? We got a bounce. And you're going to see anyone that was short the market heading into the open here, or from the open, they're going to take some profit here, right? So they're going to close their shorts out of the market. So the first thing you'll see is a slow reversal. The next thing that you're going to be looking for or I look for is inside of the dome over here on the right-hand side. And I'm going to look for not just, you won't see just, let's say, 30,000 orders, 40,000 orders. You'd see like 100,000 orders. You'd see like 120,000 orders, right? If you're only seeing like orders at like 50, 60,000, and the sellers kind of disappear above, you end up seeing like only 20,000 sellers, 10,000 sellers. But if you start to see like 100,000 sellers, 120,000 sellers, 180,000 sellers, 200,000 sellers, I'm going to be looking for not only short covering, but a squeeze to start right there, right? And then I want to continue to see the equity buyers stay aggressive down below. I want to see a sharp move higher, right? Like one green giant bar going straight up for, let's say, 20, 30 handles. And then I want to see a continuation of that. And then I also want to see a waterfall of calls, of call buying, large call buying. I want to see it at the ask, not the bid. I want to see them in blocks from large institutional buyers and from banks and hedge funds. And I want to see them outside of the money, not in the money. Like down here at 426, I don't want to see call buyers buying like single date or 3-date or 5-date calls that are right in the money. 426 Cs. I don't want to see that. I want to see like weekly, monthly, 3-month out calls that are way outside the money. Like especially back in 2020s, 2021, when you'd see these rallies, you'd see a waterfall of calls coming in. You'd see shorts covering, and you'd see an expansion to the upside. You'd see it outlet. You'd see calls come in today. If any other time the last 2 years, you would see calls coming in for 440, 450s, and 460s immediately. You'd see them dated a week, a month, and 3 months out, and you'd see a cascade waterfall of that combined with large equity buying, right? So when you're seeing shorts covering, large-scale equity buying that doesn't relent, and you see a waterfall of calls that are outside the money, expanding the trading range, then you coupled all three of those coupled along with the short covering aspect is when you'll actually see the market just start green barring it up, trade sideways and down slightly, green bar it up, trade sideways and down slightly. And furthermore, I can also tell you when you see a difference between short covering and a melt up or a squeeze higher, you ever get left behind and you're like, oh, I wanted to buy calls. Ooh, just give me a second to buy calls. Just give me a second to buy calls. I swear I'm going to buy in, and you see us go up 70 points, 100 points in one day. That's how you know that you're in a melt up. That's how you know that you're in a large short covering squeeze higher with big money coming into the market. So this started back at 11:30, right? It's 12:08. If this was a normal buy operation, buy let's say 1 o'clock at the latest, you would see us up 70 to 100 handles. And then we trade sideways for an hour or two, right? You usually trade sideways for an hour or two, then we get another rip into the close. So you want to see that immediate turnaround. It's almost considered a V-shaped recovery. Sometimes it's a crown recovery. You want to see that big move, big powerful move in the market. So when you're not seeing that, it doesn't mean you don't trade higher. It just means that this isn't real money coming into the market. This is just shorts covering the positions. I'm not talking like $200,000 calls in the SPY. I just saw, so I'm seeing like SPX saw February 23rd, 4335 calls, right? For $266,000. It's not a lot of money. I want to see $1 million bets. I want to see 10, 12, 20 bets. And then I want to see bets across the market. I want to see loading up calls on Facebook to Apple, Tesla, NVIDIA, you name it, right? Netflix, across the market. You're talking of the Fangman plus T stocks. You want to see 6 of those or 5 of those getting huge bids in them. And we're not seeing that. You're not seeing it across the market. So you'd see it at waves of this across the market for a true market turnaround. You can usually tell when it happens. Hold on a second here. You'd see a huge turnaround in the market. And you're just not seeing it right now. It's lethargic, right? It's just kind of like, yeah, okay. Covered our shorts, waiting for the next opportunity to go short again. And sometimes they're short-lived. Sometimes they're fast-lived. Excuse me, I'm coughing here. Sometimes you'll see them, like yesterday you saw a huge short covering and dip buyers. You can look, yesterday's a perfect day, right? We traded below the downward, the negative downward sloping channel that we're in. We slammed down at 425.86. Saw a huge short covering and squeeze higher. And then you saw us hit again yesterday, resistance. And I'm looking for the same channel that I showed you this morning. You know that there's going to be some resistance without, no matter what. You know there's going to be some resistance above at 430, 430.79 maybe. At the most, we'll go that high. And right now, we're kind of lethargic right now, trading higher to reject off this. This is the same place. So 430 would be the same place we rejected yesterday in terms of the upward moving channel. So I don't know that we even get up there today. We may. I'm going to point this out. I'm going to post this on, let me get rid of my moving averages real quick and post this on Twitter for you. Hang tight here. So, you can see right here yesterday where we rejected off. And then today, you're going to be looking for a rejection somewhere in here. So something like this, and then down. Or down over here. Could be like this, and then over there. And if we break through this level here, you would then, or we come to this kind of a thing, we shoot higher. But I'm pointing out, I want to point this out in a better way. Point out this red arrow here. This is kind of neat too, because you can see that you don't actually need the entire trade. This is where you'd be looking for rejection here. And you can see where I took the short trade. I'm going to show you where I took the short trade today. Because I didn't take all of it. I wanted confirmation first. I don't want to be getting into a short trade and then it go the wrong way. So I'm going to show you where I took the short trade today. Right here. I put that one in green. Maybe I should put it in blue or something. So this is in blue is where I took the short. I'll post these on @CaptainsAlpha right now so you can see where we stand in the market. So if you look at this chart that I just posted, right? You see where we had this huge ripper yesterday. We caught this ripper. Or I caught the first part of the ripper, not the second part. I missed the second part of it. And then I bought it again when we sold off into the bell. You remember yesterday, I was like, I'm going to buy this one here, this dip down below into the bell, into the open today. So I caught that one. It actually sold yesterday right before the bell. I had some weird news come out. They were saying like recession, but it was not recession. Though it's still printed on the opening today as well. And then, of course, I was looking for a bounce today. If you guys are looking at this, I was looking for a bounce today at 4:30. We didn't catch the bounce. And so as we started to trade down, I took short. And now we're trading higher right now on some support, right? So I'm going to be looking for some rejection above here for the move lower. If we don't get a rollover, we're going to look to consolidate and trade higher. So I'm just waiting for my next trade. Maybe this helps you guys out there, I hope. If you guys go on to @CaptainsAlpha, you should be able to look at the chart that I posted. I'll post a link to the Discord right now. Yeah, Trade the News is terribly quiet today. And there's not a lot of paper news on it either. And I'll post a link to the Discord in the chat for you. Let me know if this one works. There's a Discord link. Let me know if it works. Calls coming in on Facebook. Qs, IWM, Affirm. Keep our eyes on above here. Right around 430.26 or so, and where we are. Somewhere up in here should see some resistance. So we'll keep our eyes on somewhere in this vicinity right here. See if we can see any sellers coming down below. Seems like they're still sitting above here at 430.40, 430.46, somewhere in here. 430.26 or so. Let me see here. What are you guys saying? Link never worked. Did you get in, Squilliam? Yeah, we got some decent snow this year. It hasn't been great. The weather here has kind of sucked. We're out of here, though. We're moving to the west again. Supposed to get some snow on Thursday. We're heading back out west. I should say we're heading down. I got to head down to Florida for a month. I think it's only a month. April, May, and then heading to, I want to say, I'm not sure. I think Reno's on the short list. Somewhere on Reno, somewhere maybe north of Reno. Yeah, I'll get Baba for you. Recap of Traders Hunch from Twitter. Yeah, yesterday we bought the SPY at 428.09. And then it went up $5, 50 points. The question was, do you buy the dip yesterday into the bell when it was selling
off?
The
Association of American Railroads weekly rail traffic report showing a significant jump in total traffic, up 32%. Carloads leading the way, up 38% on a year-over-year basis, while intermodal traffic was up 26% on a year-over-year basis.
So the traders' hunch into the bell yesterday was there was 300,000 contracts on SPY expiring yesterday. There was another 100,000 contracts for today's expiry on Wednesday. There were another 100,000 contracts for Friday on the SPY, right? All those options were closed at the last minute or so into yesterday. Now, new puts were put on today on the market on SPY, but when those are closed, there's no reason or no need from dealers to hedge those puts any longer. And that's why futures were bought last night. So yesterday we were heading, it was like, I think it was 3:50 in the afternoon or something. And everyone said, no, don't buy the close. You want to sell the close. And the reality was that if you sold that close and held into today at the opening bell, you got fucked. As a matter of fact, it hasn't recovered even at the lows today. So there was no real way for you to make money. You actually got burned and lost money. So we bought the close last night and then we sold them on the bell this morning. Took that money, traded down to I think Euroboomer may have taken a short right at the bell. We traded down to 430. I waited for confirmation as we traded lower down to 426.81. I took that short down and then closed them again. And now we're looking to see if we get a reversal here on this trade higher. Let's see if we reverse coming into this 430 area. If we don't reverse and we trade higher, I'll take a long above back into this channel again. Ugh. Anytime, bro. And yeah, we'll look at Baba next if you want. So starting to come up into some resistance. If you are long in the market right now currently, you want to be looking for sellers above between roughly 430.29 up to 430.96. So anywhere from right up in here 431 or so. Right now we're not seeing the sellers. You want to see like 50,000 or more sellers. Not seeing them quite yet here. Just keep your eyes up and looking for sellers moving down between where we are now and 431. Let me see what I got it at. 430.89 or so. So somewhere up in here, be careful if you're long on the SPY, and we'll wait to see if we have sellers step in or not. Yeah, no worries. And I did post on at Captain's Alpha a chart showing where resistance should take place above, and then if there's a move higher or a rejection. You see some of them stepping in right now. They're at 430.93 and again at 430.44. And if you're tuning in, you guys know that we try to trade between the ranges. We don't try to fight with the algos and the banks at support and resistance levels. Take the money and run. Wait for the next move. Calls on Google. Scratch that, not Google. QQQs, February 25th, 341C, $126,000. SoFi calls, February 19th, 12.5 C for $197,000. Know we saw SoFi coming through, I think, yesterday. Another round of SoFi calls, December 15th, 2023. Yeah, all these SoFi calls are way far out. Scratch everything I've said about SoFi. So SoFi, December 15th, 12.5 C for $178,000. Looks like stock buying. And then SoFi, January 19th, 2024, 12.5 C for $200,000. More airlines calls coming in. Calls on AMC. USO, just a highlight here. Pay attention to USO. It traded up on the open today, and it's now coming down to its general support area. Might be a nice buy coming up on USO. Sometimes it trades slightly lower. Could trade as low as 64, 62, but it is sitting on support from the last 4 days. Might be another time to take an entry in USO. Calls on RSX, April 14th, 25C. I like that trade into April. Nice long trade on RSX. You might not want to trade it because of some kind of, you don't want to trade for the Russians. We looked at the RSX chart earlier. Also going to look at XLE right now. Yeah, XLE got caught a bounce as well. Seeing a lot more. One other note on the market, though. If you look at SPY the last 3 days, lots of range-bound trading in the SPY. Traded lower on the 18th. Dipped down into this range between 425, 433. The past 2 days, we're talking yesterday before the open about they tend to burn calls and puts inside of the first two OPEXs on a short week, and it certainly looks like that. We're making money within this range, being range bound, but we're not getting any large directional moves over the past 2 days, right? And then we talked yesterday before the open. We said, hey, also. With those 2 burn days on OPEXs, we discussed that there's no OPEX on Thursday on short weeks, and so we might get a large directional move between the end of today's OPEX and Fridays. So we'll pay attention for the rest of the day as we move into the 4 o'clock hour. We're going to be looking, we're right sitting in the middle right now of the last 2 days of consolidation, you can call it generally. So we're trading between 425 and 433. We're currently right in the middle of that range. And so if you start to think about between now and Friday, might be a good place here to put on a straddle in the market. You could straddle the market into Friday, depending upon if you have a bullish or bearish outlook into Friday. Also note that we have lots of volatility coming in with economic calendar news on Thursday, and then specifically on Friday, we have some real nastiness coming in with some numbers that are derived from the CPI numbers that came out in the previous week. Another nice thing about today where we are is you can also look for maybe a butterfly. for our Friday close. If you're theta gang kind of a guy or girl out there, and you're like, hey, we're right in the middle of this trading range. How much is the implied move between now and Friday outside of where we are currently? So if you like butterflies, this might be a place to be selling or buying butterflies right where we are currently in the market. So we have daily OPEXs, right? We got daily OPEXs. And because we have a short week this week, Monday's OPEX is now on Tuesday. You want to get a feel for when you have, we have 3 day a week OPEXs on SPY. You got Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, right? So you got daily OPEXs, weekly OPEXs, then we have monthly OPEXs, and then we have quarterly OPEXs. So you got 4 different kinds. And then even then, that's only on cash market because you've got different OPEX dates and times on different products. SPX, ES, futures contracts, rollovers on contracts. You've got all kinds of dates, times that impact the real price, believe it or not, of the cash market SPY. So for cash market SPY, we've got 3 in a week. So we've got some daily OPEXs, and then usually you got a day in between each one of them. But because we have a short week, we have an OPEX on Tuesday, we have an OPEX on Wednesday, and then we don't have an OPEX on Thursday. And typically on these short weeks, we will see a move between Wednesday and Friday. Due to no OPEX on Thursday, you will see a move. And we're currently in the middle of this range right now. So this is a nice place for you to start to consider if you want to go with a butterfly or something like the implied move from where we are right now. If you're bullish, bearish, and for the move between here and Friday, and then the move between here and a bullish move from here into Friday or a bearish move from here into Friday. SPY has an OPEX 3 days a week. Tom's like, OPEX happens many times per month. Yeah, we got quad witching, we got 3 witches. Yeah, we got all kinds of fucking fucked up names for. So you can see a little bit of selling here right now in the SPY. Seller's starting to step in a little bit. See him up here currently at 43150. Actually, a nice bump higher. Could get a nice bump off that. Looks like they come down a little bit here. Yeah, you'd only focus on monthly. You know what? I used to only focus on monthly OPEXs when I would swing trade, but you can't really swing trade anymore. Like you used to be able to do that. So I think I've shown this to you guys before. See if I can do like a notepad or something. Showing you guys this, right? So it's gotten worse over the years. Specifically, more recently, it's gotten more challenging. But you could, it's gotten worse and worse and worse. But in the back of the day, right, you could just track monthly OPEXs, right? If the market was going up, right, it would go up, right? If it was going down, it was going down, right? And then it was going up. You just track it. You could be like, hey, I just hit my lower target. I know I can take a long right here. And you could pretty much guarantee that it would kind of go like this. Right? Nice, gentle. You knew that you could buy in down here for the course of a month. You knew that if we were going down, that you could do the same kind of a thing like this, let's say. Right? You knew you could buy here on a put. And you knew you could buy along here and enter, depending upon your time frame. This time frame could be a week, could be a month, could be 3 months, or whatever. But what's been happening? This happened in 2021 as well. So it doesn't matter if you're going up or even big down, doesn't matter. But now what you're seeing is something more akin to this. And so you're seeing nasty, violent moves. All the intrinsic value within options are getting wrecked, right? Seeing stuff like this, right? Just violence within smaller time frames. And so you really can't, you can't really buy this and expect it to be valuable up here at any point, because they're just murdering the options in the market. It's tough right now being an options trader in this market. For the past, it's gotten worse over the past. It's been starting to get worse for about 3 years, but it's gotten uglier and uglier as time has passed. And so now, when you're entering the market, you're like, oh, I got to enter right here. And instead of having an outlook of a month down the road, I'm now having a price target outlook. So I can take this trade from here, only from here to here, and then I re-exit again, and I'm re-entering down here into this here, okay? Now, one other thing that does work to beat this would be spreads. Spreads can get you from point A to point B, but if you're trying to buy like a naked call, not a naked call, if you're just buying a call or a put, by the time you get to expiration, or like, hey, I'm buying this a month out, I'm gonna cash them in 2 weeks, right? There's a fair chance you could be up here in that 2 week period, right? So it's been a challenge just saying, hey, I'm gonna buy some puts, at a high today, and I'm gonna hold them for a week or two and see what they're on a low. I'm gonna sell them, and then we are on a low, and then you still see that they've just been ruined. They've been just destroyed between here and there. Some you can still swing trade right now, long and short, if you're buying much farther out. You have to be buying, if you want a week, you got to buy like a 3 month, a 6 month, a year, 9 months, a year out. But the days of us buying, like, I'm going to buy a monthly, it used to be like a saying, you could buy weeklies, monthlies, and you could just wait until they printed. And right now, I haven't seen that be the case. If I buy a weekly or a monthly right now and I see us come to that number, I'm out. I take my money and run. Even if it's only 10, 20%, 50% or whatever, I'm out. I'm not waiting for it to sell right back off again. I'm always naked when I buy calls. It's tough to swing trade right now in the options market is fucking brutal. Unless you're in in a more complex trade. But if you think you could buy puts on, if you think you could buy puts like 3 days ago and that they're the same value as they are right now, like a week, like a 2 week out put, you can't. You just can't. You can buy them for the move, like directionally the move, and then you get out and you have to reset again. You just said, no, there's no run. I already told you guys where the resistance was. What's the matter with you? When run? Oh, when mun? What? Just Tom's asking. I told you guys where to look for resistance. We're resisting right now. Stop resisting. Stop resisting, SPY. Stop resisting. Yeah, you can't. You couldn't even on the upside last 2021. I stopped even trading individual tickers. It's like 2020, I would trade tickers, and then the last ticker I traded regularly was the run for Tesla last summer, and then I just stopped because I didn't. So early spring, I wasn't paying attention to the wrecking ball going through the market, right? So I traded Tesla all the way up, and then I went to go find a new ticker, like hit my price target. I'm like, all right, I'm out. I'm going to start trading something else. And I looked around and I didn't realize that everybody else was getting fucked up in this market. People were just getting hammered, like hammered individual tickers. So I was like, well, fuck it. I'm just going to go back to the SPY and trade that for the rest of the year. So then I traded the SPY all the way into January, right? And I had no idea, like I did, but I didn't, that the rest of the market was just getting destroyed. Like people were getting hammered for a whole year. And so then in January, I'm like, man, we only got a few tickers holding SPY up now. So I'm like, what do I do? I'm like, I don't know what to do, because because I'd been in my safe space. So I was almost like in my own little world trading the SPY, and so now that's what I'm stuck with right now. Right, we're stuck with SPY. I'm not definitely not buying any individual tickers at this point. Now watching some puts come in right now, a little bit late to the party. February 25th, 426p for $147,000. Looking for a rejection. We got it on the SPY currently. So bears re-entering their trades. Remember earlier we talked about How can you tell the difference between a short covering versus a melt up and a squeeze higher? And you're seeing it right now, right? Seeing a little bit of rejection here above at 430.18. It's starting to trade lower again. Bears stepping back in for a trade lower. Poot waterfall, spy rolling over. It's not a hard rejection. You're just going to expect a rejection, and now you're looking for some support as long as it doesn't get pulled away at 428. If you see that rug pull, you know what happens. Bad jokes. Tom Pacheco. I'll crawl away to my troll hole again. Yeah, theta works in your favor when you're selling options. Agreed. No. Theta does not work against you. Well, internally inside of the trade itself, it does, but they're a wash if you're. Let's say if you buy a call spread, and as long as it's in the money by the time you're at expiry, you're getting paid. Regardless, right? Or above the money or below the money on the short side. Internally, the mechanics of it does, but the payout at the end does not. Theta does not fuck with you if you're in a bull call, bear put, doesn't matter. Any of those spreads, right? Calendar spreads. If you're in credit spreads, does not fuck with you. Like if I buy a call, it does mess with me. Theta does mess with me, but if I buy a call spread, it does not. It's a predefined, predetermined how much I can make, and how much I can lose too, right? Yeah, Theta is your friend. Shoeshiner, that's one of the points that
100% of the forces the U.S. believes he would put into position for a Ukraine invasion.
That's one of the points that Blue Resonant Monkey was making. Theta, you can make lots of money on Theta Burn. You can make tons of money on Theta Burn on selling options, like tons, especially over time. As time passes. Theta Gang makes all that money. They like a vampire sucking it from you, especially if we're range bound. So I want to. There are lots of videos on YouTube on how to differences between spreads and the complexity of spreads. There's simple ways to learn spreads. I always recommend for beginner spread traders to go to options.ai. There's a link down in the description for it. You don't have to place those trades there, but it gives a visual representation of what you need to happen to make money. I think you can only buy spreads there, and I don't think you can cut legs off spreads there. So I don't know that I recommend a trade there, but if you open an account there, it at least gives you a quick and dirty viewpoint on what the expectations would be in the moves, whether it's up, down, or sideways. I always like placing my spreads on Tasty, but there's other great programs out there. I think you can cut legs off even on Robinhood. I think you can cut legs off of spreads. So it's going in your direction and you know it's going to become a directional move. You can get rid of the short side. If you know that it's going down in a directional move, you can cut off the long side on your spreads. You can just sell. You'd have to have a margin account for selling spreads. I think on most platforms, you'd have a margin account for that. There's a bunch of other rules and regulations to spreads. Not rules, but hard and fast rules that traders take on when they're trading spreads. Or there are rules that I follow when I trade spreads. I don't know about you. Okay, so we're looking to see SPY's starting to trade higher again. We're starting to see again more of this resistance above here. We do have some kind of a buy program on down below. It's starting to increase, seeing 46.720 or 2235 to only 420. See if we can break above here. See if we can trade higher. Take a look here and see how high, if the sellers are actually there or not. And you can see the sellers are stepping in now. You can see versus buyers, lots of sellers stepping in. So we'll see if we get rejection here or not. If you're bearish, you know that right around here is where you want to be taking a short. Like uber duper super bearish. This is where you, the last stand again for bears, take a short into the close. I'm going to take a break here personally. I'm going to take a potty break. I need to get myself something with caffeine in it. My coffee is cold. The morning is over. It's 12:44 in the afternoon. I'll be back here. I'll leave the stream going, but I'll be back here at roughly between 1 p.m. and 2 p.m. This is the middle of the day now. I don't know where we go from here. I am watching you are watching resistance come in, although we do have buyers stepping in right now. Wonder if I can put up, what I'll do is I'll leave up, see if I can do this for you guys. Hold on here. What I'm gonna do is leave up. Wait a minute, I never looked at Baba, did I? I'm terrible. You guys have to yell at me. Don't hesitate to yell at me and be like, hey man, you said you'd do this ticker and you didn't do it. Just be like, what the fuck? Show me the ticker. Big buyers on Baba down at 110. Nice support on Baba. I like it. 108, 109. Nice ticker to hold and then sell puts on. I like Baba right here. I like it for buying the stock and then selling puts below. Sell anything below be selling anything below, like easy below $108. Maybe some sell puts below. Look lower. Yeah, I'd be selling puts below $100. Sell like 80s and 90s all day long. Please like and subscribe to these videos. If you're not losing your asses by following me, if you're making money by following me, please consider supporting the channel. It is a free subscription. We have a website, a Discord. We've got a live stream every day. We're adding more and more as we go along. And we do appreciate, I appreciate the support. It does cost money to put these together. It costs me money to be here with you guys all day long. If you're a new trader, if you're losing money and you're getting pretty broke, then just liking and subscribing is plenty for me. I understand. I've been there. I've lost my ass in this market, so I understand. Being a losing trader. So I'll be back here at. Sometimes I'll be back here sooner. Like I'll try to get back here if I can in the next 10 minutes. If I can't get back here in the next 10 minutes, expect me back no later than 2 p.m. See where the directional move is in the market. And let me see here. I'll leave this right, currently I'll leave this right where we are right here. You're still seeing some resistance above. I do want you, if you are going to actively trade this, you're looking for two things, right? You're looking for rejection, or you're going to look for this resistance to turn into support for the next leg higher. Okay? The next leg higher, if we trade above 430.27, is a price target of 433.94. Excuse me, 432.94. So basically 433 for the next leg higher. If we reject here, you're going to be looking for a price target down below. You ready for this? 425.61. 425.61 on the downside. On the upside, you're looking for 432.94. I'll make this a little bit tighter here so you can see it. And I'm going to bring down the trade the news stuff here for you so that you can actually see the headlines as they come in, okay? So I'll leave that down here. Let me see. Move it over a little bit. So you can get, you only need to see SPY, right? So move it over here so you guys can actually get a better. I'm going to leave it so you can see just the SPY ticker there. And if any news comes in, you'll hear it and you actually see it written up in here, okay? And I'll be right back. appreciate all the support. Thank you for subscribing. Zessie, thank you for tipping. Enrique Equival, thank you for the tip earlier. I'll be talking to you guys in just a little bit.
Yuzefovsky is saying that a second package of EU sanctions on Russia would include export controls on Russia. It would be coordinated with the US and UK. It says EU is ready to launch a second package of sanctions against Russia if Russian troops move into Ukraine beyond the separatist-controlled republics. From BOE Senrera saying unwinding QE will have a limited impact on the markets. The German government officially announcing support measures to help alleviate price pressures in the country. Seen similar moves in other European nations as well. The energy market, Libya's national oil company saying that bad weather has disrupted oil exports. About a minute now to the results of the Treasury's $53 billion 5-year note auction. selling 5-year notes, drawing one spot, 880%, 50.5%, a lot at the high. Bid to cover 2 spot 49, indirect bid at 67.8%, directs at 18.4%. Then bid to cover 2 spot 49, just below the 2 spot 50 prior auction and above the 12 auction average at 2 spot 39.
Should get continued selling here. VIX is on its way higher right now. Looking for a price target below. Sorry, I'm eating some lunch here for a minute. I'm having some chips and some sandwich. Price target below 425.66. Looks like it's trying to hold on right now with 49,000 buyers. But the VIX is still looking pretty positive right now. So just be careful out there. You can always get out of a long or a short here, or excuse me, get out of a short here and wait to pick it back up for a move lower. Also pay attention to Tesla trading down at 788. You want to be seeing if Tesla can break through. So I'll bring Tesla back up here for you in a moment. We already know that Apple has some room to go down. We know that some other tickers in Fangman have room to go down. You're really looking for the market to cut itself loose. Tesla is the one that really needs to break. It's really not Apple. I think we looked earlier. Netflix had room to go down. Amazon had room to go down. The one though that was sitting on some major support was Tesla. Right, it was sitting up at 800, now trading down to 785 again. So we're going to see if it can break through and try to tag that 750 level. If we see a break of 780 on Tesla, it's going to be ugly. The market will get ugly if we trade lower here on Tesla. One last note I want to say to you out there, if you are short right now, that you look for a violent reversal here at some point. Keep your eyes on Tesla as it trades down. We're going to be looking for, so we're just looking here at Tesla here. Just be conscious of this if you're in some puts here, that somewhere down around 780. If you see a move down to 780, you want to close your short and then take it short again below 780. But anywhere down here to the 780, be careful if you're bearish, because you could see a violent reaction from the market down at 780. We saw a violent reaction the first time we tested 791, I believe, back in early. I think that was sometime in late January. Just be careful down here as we get close to this 425 that we don't see we don't want to see this violent reaction, because if you are short into 780 on Tesla, you could see some kind of a violent buy program. There is some, I'm eating with the microphone on, trying to munch on some chips and some sandwich.
Saying expect a pickup in UK productivity after COVID.
So you're seeing some dip buyers currently stepping in on the SPY. February 23rd, 430C, small money, like 54 grand, 35 grand. I don't think that's the dip that you're buying. I think you're buying the dip on you're going to be pacing Tesla, kind of dumping down to the 780. Would be a safer place to see a reaction. You might see a reaction where we are right now, but I'm not seeing it. You're not seeing a reaction right now. Some kind of violent move higher off 785. So if that breaks and we move down to 780, we'll see if we find a reaction down even lower. Huge sell program right now on Tesla currently. Huge sell program. Right on the cusp right now. Making a new low on the day. Not bullish at all on Tesla. Making a new low right here. Now just breaking through 785 support down to 784. Huge moves on Tesla currently on the way down. Holy shit. This is a first, right? We haven't seen this in some time. Watching massive, massive, massive selling in the market. Tesla down to 783.97. Next stop 780. If 780 breaks, the next stop realistically is 750. If you're a bear here, be careful. And it's not that we're not going to crash through 780, but look for some kind of reaction. You don't want to be caught in this. Just take your money and run at some point. Now down to 783.01. Q's puts coming in. NVIDIA puts coming in right now. NVIDIA, February 25th, 230p, $229,000. Tesla now trading down to 783. Q's, $221,000 on February 25th, 335p. Apple calls, dip buyers stepping in. March 11th, 167C for $666,000. I don't know. I want to see Apple at like 160 for a bounce play. Q's, we've got puts February 23rd, 332P for $69,000. Tesla now trading down below 783. Wild. Guys are like, I'm not selling my puts. I didn't get into them, Captain, until we were already down. Tesla now trading down to 162.62. Apple's got room to fucking move down to 160 easily. I do warn you, though, there will be a reaction at Apple at 160. I promise it. Okay? And not only do I promise a reaction at 160 on Apple, it's a place that you would see a pause in the market.
Equity market sitting fresh lows. The Nasdaq down 1.2%.
781,
the S&P
74 on Tesla currently. Looking for a price target down below of 425 on the SPY. I don't know if we get there, but we should get there. Apple's just fucking off the side of a cliff right now. Sorry to fucking swear, but bye-bye Apple right now. Puts coming in on SPY, XRT, NVIDIA. Loads of puts on NVIDIA. Watching SPY trade down to a support level of 425. This is the price target down below, if you remember from earlier. 42568, 42576. We'll see if there's rejection here. Otherwise, we are heading much, much lower. We did break through. Oh, we haven't broken yet.
Reverse repo operation. 77 counterparties taking $1.74 trillion.
Where was the low from yesterday? 425.92. So we have broken through the previous low from yesterday. We'll see if there's some support here on the SPY. Looks even lower though, doesn't it? Looks like it's down here at 425.02. But some buyers stepping in currently at 425.88. We've got Apple that can go down deeper, believe it or not. We want to see if Tesla can break down below 780. So far holding up wild action out there. You know that, yeah, I think I saw yesterday Gary Black saying we never going any lower. So I'm just looking for my 750 at some point. We do have a bounce currently off 425.76. So we'll see if this holds or not. Still have lots of put buyers in the market right now. RK March 18th, 60p. SPY 223, 428p. Late to the party. Zome puts, XOM, MA puts, and then Ford puts down to $15. That was almost to the pinstrike. I'm going to post that to Twitter. Straight up pinstrike. Wacko. Outstanding. Tesla bulls freaking out right now. I think we watched like millions come in on leaps. They must have gotten wrecked at this point. Don't worry though, as we trade Tesla down to 750, it'll be right at that moment where Tesla bulls will say, don't buy it, it's going lower. And that's when we buy it. Just a heads up out there, the algorithm, now don't know if they can call this yet, but algorithms have closed their puts on expiry for today at 223, and they have switched over to 430Cs, 160,000 contracts on 430C expiring today. Sorry, I'm sitting here eating, having some lunch here while this is going on. And I'm saying, get the mic on earlier. Get the mic on earlier, trying to. So just a heads up, a couple things you need to know. Now, so on Tesla, okay, the one thing you need to know about Tesla right here is Tesla was the one that was kind of sitting on support. The other big tech names had some room to drop. They still do. Tesla's been crashing through any form of support all morning long, right? It's now down to 782. If you see a break of 780, which you shouldn't, there's a huge buy program on right here at 780, you would see a, damn it, hold on, I gotta buy some shit. So what you'll see down here on Tesla is you'll see this wall of buyers down here just ready to buy, okay? And so you're going to see a reaction down here in the market regardless. You're going to see a market reaction down below here on Tesla. You're going to see it on other big tech names. And you're going to see some form. You got IWM calls coming in right now, March 18th, 205 for $800,000. You should see some form of short covering operation at some point. Now, if we can break through 780, the one key, though, here is that if you can break through 470, you are going to see a much larger move down currently today. So we'll see if we can sell this down some more, or if we're going to end up seeing a move higher. Now, one note on this was that I was seeing the algos switch over. They switched over to 430 Cs for 40 cents or so. There's 160,000 of them on 430C. Now, I haven't seen algos on the call side all day long. This is the first time I've seen them over there. So I don't know if they're just holding the market up for another further sell down. So they'll rug pull those calls. But currently, they've got the market sitting at a level right now due to algorithmic trading. Okay, so they are switched over to the call side, and all it does is puts a level into the field right now. If they pull those calls out, we could see another big move down in the market. Very dangerous place to be in the market right now with the algorithms and how they're trading. Now seeing some support down below at 775 as well. We'll take a look back at SPY and see if it can bounce off this 425 or not. Still support sitting down here. Just going to wait to see if these buyers here step up, or if they're just going to wait for this 425 for a trigger. And I'll probably take a long if we can get down there, even if it's only for 15, 20 minutes. Somebody looking at, let me see, 430s. I'm probably going to be looking at 428s or 429s. I'm going to take a sizable position here, actually a pretty fucking huge position. So like 429s are just above where the algos are. The algos are in 430Cs. But I might be looking to enter the market with some size here. I just want to make sure there's no rug pull from these algorithms. Because sometimes what they'll do is they'll come in, they'll settle the market for a moment, and then they'll fucking pull the rug. These high frequency trading firms, they'll end up pulling the rug on the call side, and leave you stranded. So you got to keep a real eye on where the calls are, and make sure they don't rug pull. Because if they rug pull those calls, you're going to see the dealer hedge go away, and you will see selling on the market. This is kind of a trick that gets pulled. It's a way to trick the market into selling involuntarily. Watching SPY come down. That's 425.71. Looking for a target price of 425.04. We'll look at Tesla real quick and see if it can break through 780. You got to play this fast. This is where you separate the men from the boys. This is where if you're a bear, you just lean in hot and heavy. I dare you. Because it could pay off really well if you're a bear, but if it doesn't pay off really well, it's gonna fucking hurt. Keep our eyes right down here and see if we get that reaction or if we get that rug pull. If you are short right now, I'll try to give you a live update if you don't want to be watching a screen or somewhere. Come on, baby, come on down. Hit 425. Tesla trading down right now, 781.37. 780.02 is the low so far. Just kissed it. There you go, Tesla, 780. Only 30 points away from 750, which we've been calling for now for some time. Only 30 points away. Remember, you've got YouTubers out there, right? A million followers telling you to never see 750. We're at 780 right now. Puts coming in on NVIDIA, the Qs, 223, 334p, $96,000. Qs, March 2nd, 333p, 326. SPY kissing down below at 425.36. See if we get that rug pull or not. Keep a close eye down here. If you do get a rug pull right here, next stop below is 420. Another 50-point move lower if we break below 425. Still some room for a move lower. We're at 29.59 on the VIX. Could trade as high. I don't know. We're close. We need a nice fat ripper on VIX to get down there. Small money coming in on SPY puts right now. February 23rd, SPY, 422p for $44,000. Not the right place to be buying those puts. Should have bought those higher at 430. Here we go. Show me some of that love. Show me some of that breakage on Tesla. You got Apple working itself down. It's at 161.92. You're looking for Apple to lose, somewhere between 2 full points. You want Apple to lose 2 full points. You want Tesla to break 780 and start a cascade trade lower. Algos have sold out of their position on 430Cs now have loaded up on 425P. So they did rug pull. And the impact of that is that it makes the dealers sell their positions. So you're kind of manipulating the dealers, the market makers right now to trade lower on the indexes. All right, I'm back. Hold on. Trading now down to 425.06 on the SPY. We had a price target down below of 25. If we do trade below 425, where we are currently right now, we'll take a look below and see if there's any support. Not quite a rug pull yet on the SPY. We'll see if they can grind through these buyers. Let's look lower to 420. Yeah, lots of traffic heading down below 425. Maybe down to 422. Look for some real support at 422. And then real support at 420 right now. Got a reaction off 425 and 5 cents. Tesla just had a reaction as well. Watching SPY calls, Tesla calls. Still not the reaction that I'm looking for. You got 22,000 buyers above here. Still a wall of sellers hiding above. Want to see more buyers step in right now. I'm watching the call side of the option chain right now. Just watching like 429s, 430s. They're moving a little bit, like a penny here, a penny there. You're not seeing the big violent moves from yesterday, like where we go from 50 cents to 75 cents to $1 in minutes. So still not finding real buyers on the option side here. Kind of weak still. Watching some Qs, puts 225, so February 25th, 330p, $484,000. Calls are bumped up. They were 50 cents. Now they're 55 cents, but still not big, giant moves in calls. Oh yeah, baby. I'm looking at you guys right now. You guys just saw HYG puts come in? That's good. Casey, thanks for dropping that information. You don't ever want to see HYG puts. 420, baby. Hell yeah, Joey Harper. You checking in, bro? You see that, Joey? Fire, baby. Fire sale. Hells yeah, brother. I'm reading through your comments all right now. Can I show coin? Yeah, I'll show coin. I'll show Tesla too. I'm going to show Tesla one more time. Major buyers stepping in down here at 780. Should see a reaction at 780, right? We did. Saw a reaction at 780. You guys want to see coin? Is Bitcoin selling off? $425, or excuse me. We tagged 425 to the pin. Someone earlier, I was going to get a sandwich, and someone earlier was like, "Can you scroll out and just show me 425?" I'm like, "Fuck no, I'm going to get a sandwich. I already told you it's 425, baby. 425 price target below to the penny. 1 penny, I think. No, 5 pennies. Pretty fucking close though. Pretty fucking close." Fuck no, I ain't showing you 425. I told you it was 425. Still not seeing a bid on the call side. Like 429s are bouncing around like 50 cents to 60 cents. But not seeing the violent call buying yet. I got some, you can always tell when the fucking, whenever I'm trying to buy really large blocks, right? I'm trying to buy a really large position here. Pretty big account position here. And I'm getting order flow fucked right now. I got some fucking order flow vampires trying to fucking skim me. Fucking squeeze pennies off me. They can go fuck themselves. Fucking order flow. Paying for fucking order flow for some fucking fat fuck vampires. $4.29 is now trading up to 62 cents. 63 cents. I can always tell when they're fucking with the pennies on contracts when you're trying to place large orders. They'll pin price for a moment or two, and then you'll see the price trigger and flip real quick. Especially if you place a large order. Let's say you see an order of 50 cents. Put an order in for like 30 grand or something like that, 50 grand, and you'll see it flip down 3-4 cents the moment that you buy them. There'll be a hidden price. They get me in. They get me on Tasty. They use order flow on Tasty, which sucks. They've got great customer service. But the only time I'll buy, like if I'm buying stock or something, I'll buy that direct through a bank brokerage that I've got. But I'm trading options right now, or if I'm buying 0 dates, anything like that, it's through Tasty. And they use order flow. Most do. The only people that don't use order flow services are major banks, but they're so fucking clunky that you really can't use them for day trading. You can't really use or I can't use Chase, any of the big banks, right? Bank of America, Schwab, where they have their own money to back their brokerages. Anyone that doesn't have anyone that's not a bank uses order flow, and if they tell you they don't, they're fucking lying. I used to trade I'd trade contracts for I'd take out contracts for $100 grand, shit like that, right? And they'd fuck me there too. So then I started trading smaller blocks, went down to 25 grand, 30 grand. Now I try to trade in blocks of 5 to 10 grand, so they can't tell that I'm building a position. I just look like I'm underneath the radar. The smaller the blocks, the more that you add to your position, the less that they can see. They don't know who you are. But if you fucking step in as a retail trader and you try fucking around with their program, what they're running, they know it. Start trying to swing SPY with a couple $100 grand or higher, $500,000. And it's not a ton of money, but it's enough that they're watching you. In my view, in my experience, when I've traded with large money, especially on arbitrage type shit, they know what you're doing. They know you're not a high frequency trading firm. They know you're like a retail fucking trader trying to come in and fuck around. SPY now those 429s are now 70 cents. Trading as low as 50 cents. Now 73 cents. 74 cents. 77 cents. 78 cents, baby. Keep moving. Watching calls on SE, March 4th, 150C, $200,000. $0.80 on those SPY calls. I had a low of 50 cents on them. Now 82 cents. Whew. Starting to burn them a little bit. They're at 70 cents. I'll have to pull a plug here. I don't know. Same support down below at 425. No shit, huh? May 480s are 120. I don't know if we can get to 480 by May. Maybe. I doubt it, though. The real Kevin just knows bullish divergence. Yeah, we should trade higher here. You may come back down, revisit, touch it one more time, touch the PP on 425s, but there should be a reaction at some point. But next stop down is still 420. Just know that. You'll get reactions every step of the way down. Now you're gonna get some resistance until at least until Tesla breaks through 7. So you want to see Tesla break through 780, then you could start seeing some actual free falling down to 750. You want to see Apple break through 160 to see some free falling, and then you want to see I could give you some numbers on these tickers, but it's like Amazon. You're looking for that break down below the 29. See 20. So it's touch 29.33. You want to see it break below 2,900. See it break below 2,900 on Amazon. You're gonna fucking free fall another 100 points, and that's when you'll start to see SPY break down to 420. And Bears are gonna be looking to step back in. I'll make some. I'll look to see where they're hiding out at. They're probably hiding out somewhere around 428.68. Where else could they be hiding? See where some other places where the fucking Bears are hiding. Yeah, they're somewhere in there. They're close. They're nearby. Somewhere around 427.57. Right where we are, basically. Not too far from where we are. They're hiding out right here. They're hiding out here to take another leg down. On the high we were just on, actually. Matter of fact, right, we just rejected right here. Almost to the pin, they're hiding right up there. At 427.35 or so. Try to sell this thing down is what they're going to do. Try to hit 420. 420, baby. I don't know if we get it though. You need to see a break here. We'll look again on we'll look at coin real quick. Then we're going to go back to Tesla. So coin support starts at 172. Big fat grind down to 151. More sellers on coin than buyers. But it's a grind below. It's going to take some work to get down here to 151. Support lies at 170.79, 165.52, 160.82. And then once you break 158, you're heading straight south to 150. You could call local support 170. Got that right? No, 165.59. A huge buyers down below 150. Got Tesla trading back down again now, trying to retest those lows of 780, trying to break through, right, like a hammer. Bam, 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 trying to smash through 780. Start smashing through 780, you can forget 770. You can forget 760. It doesn't matter. You've opened the door to Pandora's box. Doesn't matter when we get there, you're going to 750. Just got to break through. Lots of resistance down below. You're looking at Apple's at 162.12. You want to see Apple break through that 160. You break through 160 on Apple, that opens the fucking door to 140. Whether you like it or not, it opens the fucking door. We've traded down. We traded down here at 154.54. Way back on January 24th, right? That was like a sell the market type event. Your price target down below is definitely 140. Maybe a little bit higher. Could be See, your price target could switch to on Apple could become maybe not as deep as 140. How about we give it 151.77? How do you like them apples? You trade Apple down to 151.77. Might as well go see 140, right? Might as well just get down there and get it out of the way. Tesla banging on the door, 782.76. SPY still kicking around. Can we get it? Can we get a 2% day? We're at 0.90% right now. We haven't seen many days. We've only seen a few this year where we've sold down like 2, 3, 4% in a day. We're at 0.88%. The implied move today is 1.3%. We're at 0.88%. I guess I don't know. I don't know if 1.3%. Maybe that is 420. There was some talk though on Spot Gamma. Would we ever see a 1.7% day? That would take us down to 416.0, which would be fucking wild. We've seen that end of day sometimes. You'll see put buyers come in, or you'll see some just market manipulation to trade it down. Kind of just sell the market, kind of a deal. Just tapping around over here on this other support level down here where we are on the SPY. 1, 2, 3 taps right now on the SPY. Not seeing any kind of a huge reaction.
White House announcing additional sanctions against Russia, expanding Russian sanctions to the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. President Biden saying they will not hesitate to take additional steps against Russia.
Yeah. That is the same shit new. They fucking pump the same story every day, like 5 times.
Biden confirming the earlier report that the administration will impose sanctions on Nord Stream 2 AG and its corporate officers.
Yeah, so you get some resistance above here at 427.33, and then once again slightly higher at 428.50 or so. That'll trail off as time moves forward, heading into the 2 o'clock hour. Could become like 428.21, something like that. 428.40. And if we see rolling puts come in at any point, I'll keep you guys updated. I guess you call it next major resistance point is at like right now it's somewhere around 428.35. Mark that down on a piece of paper, just 428.35. Minor resistance is lower. That's going back all the way to the one that we just rejected off. What goes back to where? Goes back to, see here, is that 5 days away? That goes back to the 18th. And the top on the 18th was the resistance point we just hit on the SPY a few moments ago. Man, I wonder if we can sell it down. I would be fucking wild. I'm not gonna lie. It'd be fucking awesome if we could sell down. If we could reject one more time above, and then just sell this bitch down to like fucking 420 or lower. Like 416 today would be fucking rad. You just break 780, just start free falling. The faster the better. The longer that you play it out, the longer it takes, right? Not watching any flow right now. Nothing major. It's all small players, $20,000, $30,000, $40,000.
Argentina reporting December economic activity up 9.8% year over year. That's lower than the 11% expected.
Thanks, Raleigh or Rolly. We'll see what happens here. Looks like a base is forming. Like, I don't want to say that, but a small base is forming. We could trade down from here. You're going to be looking for some heavy selling. You're seeing the buyers are still down here. I want you to look at this right down here, okay? On the bottom right-hand side, you see the 52,000 buyers down here. You really want to see like the 50,000 buyers up here, not sitting down here. You want to see them sitting up here. It's really showing you that you're not seeing heavy selling, but you're also not seeing heavy buying, right? This is kind of a no diddle area. Whether you're a bull or bear, it doesn't matter. You'll see your market's moving with small flow. You're seeing the sellers are above here at 427.60 and higher, and they're waiting above. They're not down below. We'll look higher right here so you can see it. See, there they are, 428 or so. Right up in here. Hiding up here at 428 or so right now. Seeing nice buyers down below currently. 60,000 down here at 425. And sellers above up here at 428. You can see that on a candlestick chart, right? And see those buyers, they bought down at 425.05. The ones you can't see are hiding up here at 428. They're hiding up here, right up in this vicinity that I'm scrolling around right here. So it's getting tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter as we head into the closing of the market. Right, it's 2 p.m. We got 2 hours left, and you're going to see this convergence of buyers and sellers at some point once again. And we all know that we are in a bearish market, so we all know that at some point the bears can take right over and flip to sell this. So just keep your eyes here, see if the sellers come down from 428, see if they keep rolling down here to overwhelm buyers so we can trade lower. Yeah. Dropping my kids off the pool incoming. Yeah, I want to see some capitulation. I want to see us you want to see it get over with. You want to see us go down to oversold conditions. And, so bulls want to see oversold conditions, and the bears want to get some resolution. They want to get paid. I'm going to see if I can put on, I'm going to check another. The one thing to also keep aware of is on a daily chart on an RSI indicator. I mean, I hate the RSI completely. It's starting to creep lower down to like 30, 40, or like 30. If it creeps down to 25 or so, you should have a nice buy the dip opportunity if you're a bull. Anywhere down in there. It's like a long position, like a real true long position, somewhere down in there, somewhere down around 23 or so, between 23 and 25, maybe even as low as 20. You'd have a nice dip to buy. But it's still not there currently. Still not deep enough. Come on, baby, sell it down. Sell it down to like 420. PayPal calls far out. PayPal January 19th, 2024, 105C for $1.6 million. Retesting the lows now at 425.05. Tesla now retesting 780. So we'll bring Tesla back up here and see if they can break through. The reason why I'm following Tesla is because, you know, tickers like Apple have room to move. Tesla doesn't. Tesla's like, oh, fuck no, we're right there. Like, Tesla's like, we can't go any lower right now, bro. Sorry. So this is the one that you want to see break. You don't really care about Apple breaking down to 160. No big deal. You want to see Tesla break 780. You want to see that support of Tesla break because that opens the door to other tickers going lower. You guys, does that make sense to you guys out there? You know, like Apple has room to go down to 160, whereas Tesla, for the move down lower on Apple, you need Tesla to break through that 780 level. Opens up a big door down below. Big door down below. More short covering again on Tesla currently. So that's a second, or some would count that as a third knock. You got 1, 2, and 3 now knocks on Tesla. Tesla, you ready for this? Woof. Man. Ready? Tesla, October 21, 2022. This October. 600p, $1.8 million. Damn. Even I wasn't that bearish. Maybe they're just using it to break below 780. Maybe they're not using it to actually...
More from the ECB. The ECB's lane saying the data suggests inflation may near its medium term. Now in a press interview in Germany, the ECB's lane.
Maybe those 600Ps are only being used to dump below 780. Not because they actually think it's going there. I'm not sure. Maybe it's Kathy Woods. Just trying to watch what's going on here with the SPY, see if we're going to make this move lower here. Tesla knocking on the door for lower numbers. I would not be paying attention to the 775. Maybe, I guess you could. The real target, though, is down below here. Real support is way, way lower. There it is right there, 750. Sellers are still above, hiding at 428, 427.50. Some SPY puts coming in right now for $200,000. February 25th, 425p. Trying to see if the VIX will give us any kind of a look.
Eastby's Lane saying that geopolitical tensions are a significant risk for Europe.
VIX is not giving a real hint right now on my end that I can see as to where the movement's going to go, other than VIX trading down currently. Not really seeing like, hey, this is where we're headed. Looks more violent as we head into end of the day, maybe, or into tomorrow and Friday. I could see a big push on VIX. If we trade down the VIX between now and the close, and then see a nice big swooping pattern up into Thursday, Friday. I'm already expecting a down Thursday and Friday. Another thing to think about, too, as we head into Thursday, Friday is if the bears can't put together a move lower to 420 because of resistance on Tesla, just be aware of this as we move forward, too. Be conscious of this. There was a day back. I'm going to look back on time here and take a look at something.
More from the Lane interview telling German press that inflation rates will remain higher than expected for longer than originally thought.
I'm trying to remember when this actually happened. There was a time, you know when it was? It was back on January 21st. Go back on your own charts and look at January 21st. And I remember we couldn't trade down to 420. I just couldn't do it, right? Couldn't put it together. And so what happened was we did it in futures. We made a fucking giant move down. I think it was like a 200-point move or something insane. And it continued on into over the weekend. It was like 20th, 21st. We sold heavy and hard into Friday. And then on Monday, we opened up like 200 points down. It was something really violent, too. I think that was the day. And what happened was they ended up doing it inside of an after-hours period. Not after-hours, in an overnight period where, just like when the bulls can't get it done going higher, you end up having the bears doing it where you didn't have any control over it. It was like cash market will resist it, and then futures will actually do the deed. So you would see now between now and Monday, you'd see like 416, some kind of an insane downward move. Not saying that's going to happen, just saying to you that option's always on the table for bears. If cash market can't push us lower, if you're at a major support level on Tesla, on Apple, on Amazon, that kind of shit, what you'd do is you'd see it happen in futures. Just always bear that in mind if you're a bull out there saying, "Oh, we can't. We're at major support." If you're like, "We can't trade this down any lower at major support on all these indexes, or excuse me, all these big tickers," you absolutely can. You do it in futures when you're not able to stop it from happening. So they'll try this a few times, and if it doesn't work, they will do it in futures. You know, Ford Motor Company is saying, Farley is saying that the company has no plans to spin off its EV or ICE businesses, which is kind of weird because there's a press briefing right now 4 minutes ago. We got a press briefing going. That's nobody. But you've got a Ford Motor Company CEO Farley saying he's got no plans to spin off. And that's the talk all over Detroit right now, is that's going to get spun off. And then the other talk all over Detroit is that they're inviting all these companies to work on their development, their EV development at this new railroad yard that they're building for EV development. And these companies are like, why the fuck would I want to go there under the watchful eye of Ford and develop my products with oversight from Ford? Like, why would we innovate with Ford unless we had a contract with Ford? Almost like they want you to provide your technology to them free of charge. And so that was what they were trying to talk these companies into moving there by saying, oh, we're going to spin it off. It's going to be a separate entity. That's the talk in the town, at least in Detroit. Now retesting lows, getting close down to that 4205 once again. Made a nice touch down below. If you can see here, this nice little red line. Just broke and touch it there for a moment. We'll see if it holds, see if it sells down. Doesn't look like buyers are here. Not seeing huge buyers here. Would like to have seen a much larger reaction down below here. And the low still so far on Tesla's 780.02. Watching more puts come in against Airbnb, MU, SPY, and Apple. Looking for 423 on those SPY puts. Always love watching this. Like, no touchy. Don't touch the electric wire. Don't touch it. The fucking futures traders are like, just keep it here for the bell and we'll dump it for you. As the futures traders are saying. Just keep it down here and we'll dump it for you. That's what they're saying, I promise you. See how 1, 2, 3 touches down below for the SPY right now. We're burning runway. Just a heads up on this too. Just for your bullish divergence that you're looking at out there. You open up an economic calendar for the next 2 days. I'll show you bearish divergence heading into Thursday, Friday. You just open up your economic calendar. That's all you got to see. There will be no rainbows and farts the next 2 days, I promise. There's a lot of these numbers that are coming out. We already know some of the numbers behind them. That goes into calculating these numbers that are coming out. You're going to see all the bears come out. You're going to see you'll see a bunch of people from the Fed come out and talking shit. It's a good time to also dump bad news on the market, right? If you got bad news numbers coming, might as well dump some bad Russia news. And we're already trading down here around 425. Looks like it's lining up for a bigger sell coming into the Thursday, Friday, and futures market. I could be wrong on this, but start adding up 1 + 1 + 1 + 1, and if it's fucking equaling, 4 or 5, it's hard to take the other side of that trade. It's hard to say, yeah, we're going up here. This is the place to buy a dip. When it really looks like, you know what we're going to do is I'm just going to fucking dump it when they're not watching. Take a look inside of the... Yeah, still seeing they switched the algos went back to 425p for expiry today. They're also now loaded up on 425p expiring on Friday. See if there's anything lower, any concentration lower. Yeah, we've got 105,000 now puts. Looks like people are stacking up 420p expiring on Friday. Those cost $2.16 currently. They're a little expensive. They should be more like $1, not $2. So we'll see if we can get these cheaper at some point today. Just keep an eye or just monitor 420p expiring on Friday. They're at $2 and change right now. See if we can get those cheaper. Any chance to get them cheaper, maybe at $1, $1.50. I'd really like to pay like 60 or 80 cents for them. That's kind of what I want to pay for them. Believe it or not, like 60 or 80 cents. If you could buy those like 420p's for Friday for less than $1, that shit would be cheap as fuck. Right now they're a little pricey at 217. But 420p's. Also seeing 420p's. Pretty decent concentration on Monday. They're $3.25. Those are really expensive. And I'm not seeing a bunch of, so on Monday, I'm not seeing a bunch of interest down at 415. There's some interest down there. $2 for calls down at 415 on Monday. Look at March 2nd. Yeah, it gets ugly too. We've got the FOMC on the 18th, right? We only got 2 weeks left. $4.20s for today are 22 cents. Still some interest in those. Starting to trade lower now. Breakthrough support at 424.86. Watching Tesla. We'll take a look and see if it's testing over here or not. Starting to break through support on Tesla as well. Now trading 778.13. There's no support below here, just so you know, okay? None. None. This is the doorway lower in the market right here. Doorway lower into the market. Watching SPY puts, Apple puts. Apple now trading down $1.61.60. IWM puts February 23rd, 195p. SPY now trading down below 424.55. Still getting rug pulling on the SPY right now. You can see them hiding down here. Seeing the buyers now even lower at 423.40. Kind of a price target down below 420 at this point. Watching the rug pull on SPY currently. Tesla trading down to 776. 776 on Tesla. Warning, you have Amazon trading down to 29.27. 2900 is a major support level for Amazon. Opens the door to 2800. Apple now down into 161.55. Could see some heavy selling coming in. Well, I don't know if we're going to see it for sure here, but I do want you to pay attention to the rug being pulled on the right-hand side. Watch my cursor down here. See these buyers down here are getting less and less and less. They're leading us down below. Now looking at 423, even as low as 423.28, somewhere down there. We'll make this smaller so you can see that next target down below. And there we are right there. A little bit of buyers stepping in here at 424, but that's the key to get down to 420. Keep an eye on the VIX here too. It's in a triangle right now, working its way above. Tesla now testing 775.66, baby. Joe, remember when they told us we'd never see 750, right?
We're just a few minutes here ahead of the close of pit trading in energy markets. WTI crude futures holding near the highs of the day at 92.10.
Down at 424.46. Oh, I also want you to
The earlier session high at 93.90 seen earlier in the U.S. trading session. While stocks remain heavy here in the U.S., the S&P cash market at 42.53. S&P futures at testing 42.50, about 40 handles away from the late January low in the intraday on the S&P futures.
Yeah, I do want you to know that now that we've traded this low, we have now unlocked a move lower to 400. Well, 415, 416 at this point we've unlocked. So forget 420. We should see now a test below 420 down to, I'll have to look it up exactly what it is. I'm going to go far back for this one. You'll see a retest of 414.29. And it basically opens the door to 400 as well. So you're now have opened the door to, ready for this, 414.29 as low as 404 or so, 403, 404. You've unlocked that entire new lower level. That is now definitely on the table. You've broken through a key support level for testing below, much further below 420. Now unlocked 416 and 414, 416, all the way down to 405, 404 or so. I like them apples. That puts Tesla below 750, by the way. Puts Tesla like 725, 700. I haven't said that yet, so there you go. It's on the table now to go visit somewhere between 414 and 404 or so, right down in that area. It's like a video game. Watching some SPY or QQQ's dip buyers coming in. Price target before end of day close 422.07. Or somewhere right here. Right here. 42203, something like that. Look for any kind of trade higher. You're gonna look for resistance at 42538. Any kind of bounce here, you're gonna look for a trade down again off of 42547 or so. Wild. That what just happened just there at 42415 unlocked a huge move lower. Huge. You're going to see YouTubers come out tonight and tell you this. So you've unlocked, you've got the keys now below, much deeper in the market. Trying to see if I can get a look at this on ES and not on the SPY. Gonna make sure I'm correct on this. But I think I am. Just want to confirm it real quick. Now you would see it some, but that doesn't mean you don't see. We're not really yet. Sorry about that. Look closer. Now we still haven't quite broken it, have we? Motherfucker. So looking on ES, we haven't quite broken through, opened the door to 400 yet. Hold on here. Gotta look closer. You open the door up to about 414 to 414, but not down to 400 yet. Still haven't broken. Door to 400 lies down at 4210.5. So not quite there yet. So on this move, we're gonna do. I'll promise you this: we're gonna see 420. I guarantee it. Not guarantee it, but like an 80% chance that we see 420. If we break below 4210.50 on our way down to 420, even if we trade higher, even if there's a recovery play in here, right? But it then opens the door to 414.404. Not quite there yet. It's just looking like that from the SPY chart. I had to go to an ES chart to look closer. So when we get on to retest 420, you want to make sure it holds. Even if it recovers, if it breaks below, we're then opening the door to 414.404. So we're at 424.415 right now in the SPY. Still kind of fake support right now. Not seeing a kick in of algos buying. Tesla's like, fuck it. We're going to let it all hang out. Just breaking through any fucking kind of fucking support. You can see we're just breaking through right here. Weak ass support down here at 744. You can see it now, right? You guys see it? You guys seeing it? You guys watching right here? You see 750 down here, right? See no support over here on Tesla. You guys see it now, right? You guys see 750 now? You guys weren't seeing it before. I'm showing it to you. There it is. There's 750 on Tesla. Warning. Woof. First stop on SPY would be 422. Have that right? 422, and then the next stop would be 420. Here's your door and your stairway down right there. Never thought you'd hear that, huh? I know a lot of Tesla bulls out there. I'm a Tesla bull. Don't get me wrong. The people tell you, oh, he's not a Tesla bull if he's saying 750. He's always going to say it's going higher. It's just not true. It's profit taking. They'll blame it on all kinds of shit, but it's taking money off the table. That's what it is at the end of the day. There you go. 450. Not too far away. Light support at 770. You're only 5 points away from that. Of course, you're going to have stops at 760, but there's your major support. This is where your buyers are down here. Big banks are like, hey, look at me down here at 750. I'll buy it. Just send it down here, and I'll buy it down here at 750. Make sure you do it in the overnight so that, you know, bulls can't do shit about it, and I'll be there at 4 a.m. to buy it. That's what they're fucking saying. Yeah, I agree, Winky. I'm watching it real close right now, bro. I'm trying. I've got a bunch of calls. I don't own them right now, but I got the button on my finger on the trigger. I'm trying to get ready to buy a bunch of calls. Hopefully, get these into the close. My only fear where we are right now is that they'll pull that move that they pulled back in early January, where they where instead of having that short covering rally, we wound up just selling, fucking full bore selling right into the bell, and then we drilled in the overnight, like straight drilling. This is where you can get really fucked. This is where you can lose a lot of money down here. You just start drilling. Goes against everything that you're trained to do. Like everything's saying to you, yep, we're right real close. I'm going to buy this right now. And then you just flip it. You'll see a water, like cascading put flow come through the door. Just fucking out of nowhere.
You're listening to Trade the News.
Oh yeah, you're gonna see a reaction. There's a couple options where we are right now. Even if we trade down to 420, you're gonna see a reaction. You're not gonna see like a 4%, 5% limit down. You might at some point, but I don't think it's today. I think it's closer to March 18th, May maybe. You might see it. I don't think you'll see limit down like this week. I don't think you see limit down. Maybe you might see a 2% down day. Now, as a matter of fact, just a heads up, the implied move for today is 1.3%, and we're at 1.2% right now, the implied move. So we're close. You see a move down to 420. You'll see just algorithmic buying at that point. You should see some kind of a reaction. The only thing that would I would say, oh yeah, on the bear case that we trade through that would be some kind of something triggered by banks that we don't know about. We only see that once every 3 months or 6 months. You don't see it too frequently. Those kind of moves where you have real money selling that it's irrelevant of options. And we're close. We're at 18.818%. Yeah, we could see selling into the bell. I mean, I guess there's an off chance, there's a small chance. Give it like 10-15% that we could trade lower than 420. There's a high chance that we trade sideways or down to 420 into the bell. And then you've got shit volatility for the next 2 days, which would make it trade sideways or slightly down, maybe slightly down to 416. Or if we had more puts come into the market on Thursday, Friday, we could trade it lower, but you'd have to have other things happen before we get there. That does not say it's not on the table. I'm talking about your implied move for the day. Like, can you get down to 416 between here and now on Friday? Sure. But can you get down there today? Not unless some weird shit happens. More than likely will involve something in after hours or in futures. It won't happen in cash market. Unless you see like the puts just roll into the close. That would help the dealers sell in the overnight too. A bunch of shit they got to do to make this happen. 423.93, testing even lower at this point. And that's not saying it can't happen. It's just saying there are things that have to happen for that to happen. Now down below 424. First price target is what? We called it 422. So we'll look down below there, and the next price target is 420. Looks like there's some buyers now stepping in. Not too many. You can see down here, see my cursor? They're actually going lower now. I was calling down here first stop at 42.20, 422, and you're now seeing it even lower. Buyers are now even lower down here. 422.60. And lower. Get me down to 420, baby. Tesla now breaking below 775, now down to 773, 772. Apple now down to 160.95. We're watching some VIX puts come in right now. VXX puts. We're getting close, guys. 160.93, 160.92 on Apple. Tesla making its way to 770. Getting close, real close here. Tesla down to 772 and some change at one point. Almost there. Pain's almost over. Still no buyers on Tesla. You got them at 770.26. Door wide open to 750 though. Sorry about that. Now trading lower to 423.39, 423.36. Keep this nice and make this much wider here so you can see it as it unfolds and happens. Historic, right? This is definitely historic. You know, the whole market right now since January. 423.18.
25 handles or so away from the recent intraday.
Apple trading down to the 160 level. They're at 160.71. I gotta line some buys up here. Now trading lower to 423. Looking for a tag below at 421.58. More SPY puts, all small money now. These are all retail traders trying to capture money. $20,000, $30,000, $50,000. Apple breaking down somewhat. Little bit of holding itself at, it's holding its dress up a little bit. It's at 160.80 right now. Really looking for another 80-cent drop in Apple at least. Tesla holding out at 772. There's no real support right here on Tesla, just so you know, okay? And we're starting to see the waterfall puts coming in, major ones. Watching QQQs, February 25th, 323p, $1.5 million. Qs, 225, 327p, $137,000. Tesla with no real support here, just so you guys know. Or note this, that Tesla's not sitting. This is not real support here at 770. I'll show you where it's really at. It's much, much lower on a larger scale. You can see it where it's at right now, right? Talking 35,000 buyers on order, and then it goes down to 755, 745. Excuse me, 750. Thin ice for Tesla right now. Thin ice. And the VIX broke out of its wedge, now sitting on top of its wedge. It briefly touched 30.08 as well. We'll see if it can rest on around 29.84 for the next leg higher. Watching dip buyers come in on Qs and SPY right now. Watching some short covering coming on right now on the SPY. Some wild action inside the options chain right now. VIX is starting to roll over. Watching some short covering in the market. I'm in some calls right here too, by the way. Very dangerous though. I watched my calls for a millisecond go to 0 cents almost. No, I lost 60% on my calls for a millisecond. So I'm assuming that that is a bank of some kind that jumped in with me or something weird. Some real weird wonkiness. I lost like $20,000 in like a split second, and then went straight back up again. So I don't know if that's a bank that's in there pulling some weird shit. I'm on 425s, by the way. I'm trading short covering right now. That's why I'm buying calls. Short covering. I know I gotta be quiet. I shouldn't say anything. I shouldn't say that I'm doing these things because it's an easy way to get trapped. Shouldn't say. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna stop telling you what my trades are right now because I don't want anybody to fuck around my trades. I had a brief moment in that trade where it looked like something with robots or something. It was like a millisecond. sweating here. Watching calls come in on the Qs. Tesla, February 25th, 785. C for $450,000. Puts on Fubu. AMC calls Bud, BUD, January 20th, 55C for $1.4 million. Bud, BUD, 55C. It's January 20th, 2023, way down the road, $1.5 million. Looks like support's building a little bit here on 7 on Tesla. Down here at 770. Some buyers stepping up now in Tesla. Look at the SPY. Some firm buyers stepping up in here. It's still small buyers, but looking like they're sitting down at 422.61. It's that same area we were talking about earlier. 422.60 or so. I also have the VIX back up to 30.28. Dangerous area. 30.30 on the VIX right now. Gonna be looking for a rejection coming up here. Apple's now trading higher at 16104. Tesla's at 773.98. Ed Aziz is like, that bookmark order flow is the shiznit. Still have VIX climbing right now. Now hitting 30.39. Calls on Lucid, AMC calls. Lucid, March 18th, 29C. 28C, excuse me. Still not seeing algos with a buy program yet. Still not seeing it. Watching sellers come stepping in once more again. Huge sellers coming in. Got my eyes all over the VIX up here. This 3051, I've been paying attention to it since going back. Where now? Yeah, going all the way back to January 27th. Shit. It's typically where we turn around somewhere in here. Between here and $32, we end up having a big turnaround. Let's take a look and see if we can see anything lower. Yeah, still those buyers down here at 422.60. See some good support down here right now. They haven't rug pulled yet. Lots of buyers down in the 420 area. Apple retesting the lows again. Tesla, same thing, down at 7273, 160.90 on Apple currently. XLE had a nice, or USO had a nice little dip down below to 65, 66. I think we talked about that dip that could take place, and it did. There was a small dip down below to 65, 67 on oil. Not good seeing XLU sell off all day long today. Same thing with XLV and XLP. Shows the underlyings of the market are not doing well. JNK is still holding up, which is like the actual engine of the market. Watched calls come in on, so watch some puts come in on Tesla, February 25th, 770p, $453,000. Watch calls come in on Facebook, January 19th, 250C for $4.7 million. Far out calls on Facebook. Facebook just broke below. Facebook's now at 199.51. That's a huge breach for Facebook. Watching major put flow come in right now on small numbers. Like, well, not major, but, like just broken up, trying to be hidden. February 23rd, 329p for 63,000, 49,000, 53,000. The big move here for Facebook. We'll look at it, Facebook. Real quick and see if it, because I saw Facebook was on support down here, so we'll check out Facebook real quick. We did just see a bunch of money flow into Facebook. I'm not a Facebook fan, to be honest with you. I'm a Meta fan, but you do want to look for these levels and see if Facebook can trade below, right? Can Facebook go to 150 or 175? Bears will tell you, of course, they want to see it go down that low, but this is a big move for a big breach for Facebook right here. So we'll check it out, see what's going on with Facebook. It's a price we haven't seen since when? Yeah, so we haven't seen a break below Facebook. Let me see here. 248 cents we bounced on Facebook going back to April of 2020, which we haven't seen Facebook below that since the crash of 2020 in March. And then before that, it was pretty much traded at the highs into 2019. So it's given back almost everything at this point. If it went down to, let's say, 140 or 150, it's pretty much a crash scenario for Facebook. It's a big, big give back. Big, big give back on Facebook. So we'll check out Facebook here in just a moment. I mean, look at that. Holy shit. Oof. I mean, just look at that. That is fucking wild. That is pure destruction right there. I thought Tesla looks bad. I thought Tesla looked bad. Look at fucking Facebook. Facebook, they were just like, fuck you, we're selling. They told us we're going down to 400, we're out. All the paper-headed bulls are like, fuck you, I'm out of here. Just look at that. Unreal. You don't see this too often, so this is kind of big to see right here, right? Just mayhem, destruction. Bye-bye fucking Facebook. Jesus. That is wild. Double the buyers down at 195 on Facebook. Unreal. Yeah, now we're gonna do it like this, am I? Let's get it as tight as we can and see if we can. That was unreal seeing that on Facebook. You know, supposedly it's got support down to 190, 185, right? But that smashing of 200 is not pretty. Not pretty at all. Let's look lower. Let's look down to where it was in March 2020 crash. This is one of the big titans, right? Big titan of tech. There you go. Way down there, 150. Oh, $1.50. This is where the Loch Ness Monster is, way down here. Loch Ness Monster on Facebook at 150. Can you imagine this Facebook at 150? Should I be worried? If Facebook if Facebook went to 150, right? There's some fucking problems in Facebook. Like there's some real fucking problems. Forget valuations. Facebook at 150. That's a March 2020 crash right there. That's what it is. That's March 2020 crash right there. It was the F and Fang. That's some fucked up shit. Not gonna lie. Even though I fucking despise Facebook, that's some crazy shit. Seeing if you saw Facebook go down 150, that would still be crazy. That's pretty much what Sam Adams did, right? Sam Adams pretty much just fucking sold everything. 150 on Facebook. Fuck. That would be gnarly. What was it up to? It's trading to like 385 or something. Whew. It's like what is that? Like that's a huge correction for a Fangman stock. Huge. And then you look at Facebook and you're like, Tesla can't go any lower. Like fucking door number 1, Facebook. SPY's starting to trade down again. 422.92. Not sure what's dropping SPY currently. It's not Apple. Apple's down at 160, 170. Tesla's at 770.88, so it's some other component selling off right now. I gotta look. Amazon's at 29.13. Maybe it's Netflix. Yeah, we knew earlier today that Netflix had some room to spare going down, and it is. It's trading much lower. We'll look at Google and Shopify, see what else is going on. Google trading down at 25.62, not too much of a give up. Maybe Shopify is fucking selling itself out again. Not really. It's trading down to like 628. But not a giant fucking move down on Shopify. Ooh, a Tesla now trading below 770. Warning. Warning on Tesla. Apple puts across the board right now. I'm going to try to take this market out as we head into the close here. Just a warning to you out there. Apple puts March 18th, 162.5, $680,000. Apple puts March 18th, 160p, $305,000. Apple puts April 14th, 155p, $290,000. Apple puts March 18th, 160p, $1.3 million. Hello. Suck it. That's what they're saying. Suck it. We don't care. Big moves against Apple. This is how you drop the market. It's how you dump the market as you dump Apple. Huge. So look at Tesla real quick. Tesla's trading down, was trading down just briefly below 770. We're in the 760s. 760s on Tesla. 768.37. Sounds a whole lot fucking closer to 750 than fucking 1200 or 1400. 768.37 on Tesla. Fuck me. Holy shit. I knew I'd see us getting close. I just didn't know it would be fucking today. Wild. Tesla's just down here right now. It's the SPY. It's starting to retest that 42260. Next stop below would be 420. If we can break through this 42260, we're going to be looking for. We have a little bit of resistance down below at 4201. 42 flat, but then we're really looking for 4200. 422 down here. And dude, seriously, look at this down here. Basically 420. Look at 420 into the bell. Wild. Wild watching Tesla. Tesla trading below. This is news, right? This got to be all over fucking Twitter. Tesla trading below 770. Closer to 750 than it's ever been. Wild to see this. Absolutely fucking wild. Unexpected, right? If you're a bull, all over fucking YouTube, you got bulls saying there ain't no way we're visiting this again. No fucking way we're getting down to 750. I've been called out myself. I've had people tell me, fuck you, Captain, we ain't ever going there. Well, fucking we're close, bro. 768's pretty fucking close with no fucking support below 770. Now trading lower to 766 on Tesla. Get out your pocketbooks. Get out your fucking pocketbooks. SPY started to trade below 422.60. Price target below on SPY now is 420. Could leave it at, let's say, 420.71 maybe. I got to look on my thingamabobs here. Wild action. Be careful if you're bear down here at like 421.60. Careful at 420.70. We're going to start to get closer down here. Tesla trading down now to 765. Hello, fucking ladies. 765. 15 points away from 750 on the fucking Tesla. Calls on USO right now. Pay attention to what you're doing out there. USO, March 11th, 68C. $400,000. SPY puts down to 420, 223, 420p, $37,000. Tesla 765. Whoa! Would you have thought that could happen? How many people? I'm gonna go through the Rolodex on fucking Twitter and see who said we ain't getting down there. Going through the fucking. I want names and heads. I want names. I want names of people out there that cost people money for saying it ain't going down to 750. We're at 765. 15 fucking points away from 750. Fuck me. Wild. Fucking wild. Tesla. What are you doing, brother? At a high of 1243.49, now trading down to 766. You want to create some fucking bag holders? I got fucking bag holders for you. Giving it all back. Literally just traded down to the support level going back to October, right? This trade started way back in when? May? Was it sometime in, middle of May. You ready for where we started this trade at? 548.29. 548.29 we started this trade. Now we're watching it trade back down to 765.09. Took this trade from 550, trading it all the way back to 765 currently. Fucking wild. Fucking wild. I'm not gonna lie. Apple sitting down at a low of 160.39. Pure fucking devastation in this market. Hands down. Can't say it any other way. Unreal. Unreal watching this unfold here today on a Wednesday on an OPEX day to boot, right? And then it brings up the question, what happens into the overnight if we just get it down and dirty into that 400, if we see a cascading of put flow into the close, or if we see some kind of a pullback from shorts. Unreal. 765. Woo! Unreal. Unreal. I got people on Twitter showing me that they were buying Tesla at 12 something, 12.50, sending me text messages and DMs showing me like $100,000 buys of Tesla at fucking $1,200. Gone. And not just one. Lots of them. Holy shit. Fucking roof jumping on some people, guaranteed. I don't want to hear that they sold either. They didn't. Because all they did was scream at me. Fucking scream, scream, scream. 765 on Tesla. Fuck. How about them apples, Gary Black? How about them fucking apples? Fucking A. Not a single bull out there that will tell you that we're trading down to 750. Not a single one. Not a single one with 100,000 fucking followers. Get fucked. Get fucked. Get fucked like we bought Tesla last summer in springtime, and I told you it was going up, and everybody said it wasn't. Get fucked a second time. Get straight fucked. I shit you not. Get straight fucked. Get bent over. Fucking telling me that shit ain't happening. Twice now. That's 2 times. 2 for fucking 2. Close enough. Hand grenades and horseshoes. Fucking Christ. Insane. Got Amazon testing the lows for the breakthrough, the door lower at 29.05. Unreal. Believe it or not, Shopify is green in the day. It's giving back all of its daily gains. That's about it, though. Shopify holding the entire market up right now. SPY trading down at 42.2.18. Unreal. Unreal action out there. Unreal. Got a little bit of support here, and it's really not even real support on SPY. You got 50,000 buyers here. Not too bad. But they're hot and heavy down below. They're somewhere down in here. They're hiding the 80,000 buyers, right around 420 or so. This actually looks like that some of the buyers have moved up right now, where we currently are on the SPY. Yeah, get fucked if you're fucking tired of listening to fucking people fucking make Tesla bulls lose all their money. Straight up. You don't like me, get fucked yourself. It's fucking true. They can go fuck themselves. Fucking losing bulls money all the time. Fucking telling fucking lies to bulls. Telling them to buy 1,200. Fucking then telling them it's coming back. Fucking people losing all their fucking banks out there. Then you tell them it's going back to 750 and they tell you no fucking way, Cap. Get fucked, Cap. I'm gonna fucking block you. Yeah, well, fuck you now. How about that? Go fuck yourself. How about that? It's so fucking true. A little bit of recovery right now in the markets. Brief recovery here. 422.18. Fucking A, man. So fucking wild. So fucking wild. sorry to piss some of you off out there. I don't want to mean to piss anybody off, but fucking you want to hear the truth as a Tesla bull? Tune in to fucking Captain Jim James. Fuck. Meanwhile, you got fucking guys like Gary Black fucking lying to you. All fucking day, every day. Fucking guy lies to you. Fucking spinning bullshit on fucking Twitter. Fucking scam artists. A little bit of recovery right now. You're finding recovery in the SPY for a moment here. Looks like the buyers have stepped up briefly from 420. Still support sitting down below at 420 down here, 420.18 or so. Christian remembers. Christian was fucking there. He was there in the beginning. Christian knows. Had to fucking teach Christian all this shit. I remember you, Christian. You were there in the beginning too. Jim, you're scaring us, please. I'm not fucking scaring you. You know who the fucking scary one is? Gary fucking Black is the scary one. He's the fucking scary one. You lose 100 grand off one of his fucking stupid shit plays telling you to buy the dip at fucking 1200. Fuck him. He can get fucked. Seriously. Because he fucking knows where it's going. He ain't telling you, though. You lose 100 grand that way. See how you feel. You want to lose a lot of money? Fucking lose $250,000, $500,000, lose $1 million. Shorts coming out, or shorts covering currently. Yeah, if you want to know when to buy Tesla, everybody's different. Depends on where you are in this market. Depends on how long you've been buying Tesla. Depends on how long you've been trading Tesla, investing in Tesla. But you've been in long enough in Tesla, you know what's up. You probably have to talk to somebody, not me. I can't give you financial advice on that. I've given it to some people out there, but you know, it's a long conversation that takes like 2, 3 to 4 days of talking with people, so that they know when to enter Tesla, when to exit Tesla. Especially in a long view over time. But I feel bad for fucking some bulls, man. You got bulls buying Tesla at fucking $1,200. I even stopped going on Twitter for a week or two. I just shut the fuck up and went away because I didn't want to hear the fucking noise from the fucking scammers out there, man. Fucking scammers. That shit pisses me off. I mean, there's people's livelihoods ahead of them, right? Their futures. And they tell you stupid shit like, oh, I'm in it for the long haul for 10 fucking years. Yeah, well, you just lost fucking 50% of your money. 50%. Like, I'm not even going to go into, like, the tax implications, what you actually need to go to make that money back, how many years it could take from 740 or 750, right, for you to recover that money to actually make a profit. Just turn a profit. Forget any other kind of profit. You're talking about tax loss harvesting on this shit for this year. I mean, it's going to be a fucking mess for some people. It's going to be a mess for some people. It's going to be a mess for some people out there. And then you get Gary Black out there dropping all these facts and fucking figures. Fucking dropping all kinds of fucking knowledge as the shit just keeps burning. Such a fucking bullshit. Fucking disgrace. Meanwhile, every new investor comes into the market, and that's the first guy they go to. So fucked up. So fucked up. No, what I said was that my price target on Tesla was 750. That's my price target, 750. Matter of fact, we were just talking.
Not seeing much of any reaction in the Kiwi to these latest commentary from the RBNZs or following their rate decision.
We were talking to a guy yesterday about if we hit 750, what do you do for Tesla? There's a long road back from that number, right? And then you also have to look at the market. You have to see if you can trade lower than 750. Can you trade it down to 500? I don't think you can trade it straight down to 500, but you've got a long road ahead. So even if you hit 750, there's stuff that needs to happen before you can take a long position in Tesla. You'll more than likely see some sideways to down to up consolidation from here. You're going to hear a serious conversation amongst Tesla bulls in Twitter and wherever space you're in, whether it's YouTube, whether it's on anything. Could be Tesla Buyers Club on Reddit. You're going to hear serious conversations, right? Do I cut my losses here? Do I dollar cost average in here? How long does it take for Tesla? And then the rest of the market for a buy-in. Do you buy at 750 or do you wait for? Because now that you close 750, you'll probably see moments of dips down to at least 725, 735. It could be in an after-hours type period. You have to structure for yourself, like, hey, I'm going to set some pre-positioned buys lower at like 4 o'clock in the morning. Something crazy at 5:56. You're not going to watch Tesla 24 hours a day. So you have to kind of say to yourself, hey, is there going to be some market capitulation at different moments this year where I can probably dollar cost average between 750 and 700 and sell 2 or 3 times this year? Your own risk appetite at that point. But I tell you what, I feel a hell of a lot more confident at 750 than I do at 1200. You want to know when to buy a dip? It's 750 versus 1200. Probably somewhere in there. The only other metric I'd probably look at, in all honesty, would be the pre-split price, and see how much of that gets given back. Somewhere between here and there. I mean, just think about it. Seriously. You're probably safe buying, probably like looking for maybe like anywhere between 700 and 750, looking for some leaps. And I'd give them at least 3 years out. And then there's probably a bottom on SPY that has to match up to a market bottom as well, right? So now you're looking for the market to bottom around 720 and a revisit down below to at least 715. And if it breaks too low, you've got 390 on the table. So you're going to use the market as a gauge for when to buy Tesla. Wild. Absolutely wild. Kind of shocked right now. Look at that. ES just gave it up. Not quite breaking below 42050. Not quite breaking below there on ES so far. You're going to hear bulls will say all kinds of Tesla bulls say all kinds of nonsense. They're going to tell you that they bought the last time at 791, sold the top. They went down. They'll wait a day or two. They'll wait like 3 days, and they'll come out and say, or a day from now, and say, I bought Tesla today at 760. I bought it today. The RSI is starting to break below. Just a heads up out there. Be careful if you're a bear.
We're saying that we are in a very good position in New Zealand.
Just heads up that RSI is now broken through its lower band of 30, right? It's now trading at 26. So if you see it trade down anywhere around anywhere below 25 to 20 here, you should be able to get yourself a nice fat.
Or saying that long-term inflation expectations remain anchored.
You'll see an oversold conditions coming up here soon. We're getting close if you're a bull, just so you know if you want to know. I don't like the RSI indicator, but generally speaking, if you get down that deep on a daily chart, daily RSI, it's going to come back up. Much larger buy program kicking in right now on the SPY. Now I have 800,000 buyers versus 775,000 sellers. We only have a half an hour left in here. Might get some violent moves. I'd be careful here. Even if we trade higher, there could be some real violent up and down moves during this short covering right here into the bell. See bears, see if they'll take the money and run or not. You want to be in and out of any long trades that you take here. It's very dangerous where we are right now. I'm watching at least. I'm inside to some 424s. They're bouncing around. Watching some calls on Apple. March 25th, 165C for $1.5 million. $1.4 million. It's a golden ticket. But I'm trading inside and out of some calls right now. They're fluctuating 20% swings. So you have to be quite careful on entering anything right here. QQQs, 331, 350 Cs for $227, $227,000. PayPal calls, March 18th, 115 C, $61,000. Apple calls, I told you about those, right? Golden ticket, March 25th, 165 C for $1.4 million. It's just a rehash of one. Watching the VIX start to sell off here at 30.80. The one note that I would make to you into the after hours is we've seen actions like this in the past. I'm not saying we don't go up, and it just might be dangerous for you as a cash market trader to take a long into this bell. You could see lots of fluctuations in pricing, and we could trade higher into tomorrow. The one concern is you don't know if there'll be some forced selling in the after hours market to get us down to that 420. Like, can you afford to take a hit into tomorrow? Yes or no is the big question. Still have lots of puts out there right now. Starting to see more call buying coming in currently. I'm going to play it kind of safe here and I'm going to take some 430 Cs for Friday, February 25th. And what I'll end up doing is holding them into the bell and see if we trade down. If we trade down to the bell, I'll cut them loose. I'm too afraid of us trading down another $2 or so. Like, say we trade down to 420 into tomorrow.
Daly saying that she would back a move in March absent any significant negatives. Daly noting that as the Fed adjusts policy and moves to a post-pandemic world, need to keep in mind. Daly saying inflation is too high and has spread beyond COVID-affected sectors.
And you get a bunch of bad news coming out tomorrow and Friday. Half an hour left until the bell. So I'm in some SPY calls for Friday expiry, 4:30, and if we sell off into the bell, I'll cut them loose. I might add to them. It depends on where we go. I'm not sure where we go from here. I'm more concerned with if we sell down into Thursday, Friday. If we start getting some real nasty selling, sell down to, let's say, 414, 416 or something. SPY calls coming in, Tesla calls coming in, Apple calls, QQQs, got Qs 331, 350C, $200,000. Apple calls 325, 165C, $192,000. Baba calls March 18th, 125C, $93,000. Tesla calls February 25th, 790C, $900,000. SPY calls February 25th, 429C, $88,000. I already showed coin earlier. It's sitting on major support. I'll show it to you again. We'll look at Tesla too real quick. Man, look at that 750, so close. So close on 750. So close. All I wanted to see was 750. Coin is kind of a weird one because it's got it's sitting on some major support right now. High traffic area. If it breaks below, this might be some insight into Bitcoin as where coin is right now. If it begins to sell off any deeper, like a substantial deeper push lower, it would be it would get nasty. We'll take a look at it right now. It's loading up here. It's gonna take a minute. Inflation is too high. I'm missing what a bunch of you guys are saying here. My chat box is freezing up. So yeah, let me show you guys some nasty on coin, okay? Show you guys how nasty you could get in coin. Okay, so on coin, okay? You've got majors, you're sitting on major support right now, right? 172, 174. You can see a nice level of support down here, 164 to 158. And then down to 151, 149. So I'm doubting that your implied move is anything lower than down here at 150. So let's say you wanted to pick up or trade coin. You're gonna if it starts to sell off, it's gonna sell off and probably find some buyers down below at 150. I'm assuming that's the implied move. And then if you have a good ER, your implied move is probably as high as, you get some sellers here, but in reality they're much higher. They're like 219. But if you get a rug pull below 150, right, it's gonna get messy. Remember Roblox? There's a few of them out there, right? Remember the rug pull on Roblox? I think Roblox had a rug pull. Sorry, I need water. So let's look at Roblox real quick. See how bad that rug pull was. Oof, nasty. Nasty rug pull. You know, and coin's doing the same thing, right? It's down to 370, trading down lower. 162 was the low before on coin. And so I guess you say to yourself, it can't go any lower. That's kind of what you're looking at, right? I'm looking at a regular chart on coin right now. It'd be nothing to trade down even lower than 150, believe it or not. And you would still be within its trading range, which is wild. So if you see a bad report on, you can get messy. I can see your point, thinking, hey, we already traded down so far from 345.60 or higher than that, right? It was what was that, 368? That's got to be good from here. But let's look at the Roblox. Let's look at Roblox. I mean, go look at Roblox. Bring up a chart, a year chart of coin. And then bring up a year chart of Roblox. And they fucking look the same. They literally look the same. They had the same sell-off. They had the same fight back higher back in February 8th. They both tooth and clawed their way back higher. Right around February 8th and 11th. Sold back down. And coin looks like it's set up for the next hatchet job. Just look at both charts. They look the same. And not that they're the same company, but just look at the coin. Just look at the coin. Look at the coin chart, right, for over a course of a year, and compare it to the. I'll post it right now. I'll do it on. Hold on a second. I'll post it on Twitter for you. So you're like, coin can't get going down. Looks great. Coin looks fucking awesome. And then let's look at it, and then let's compare it to. That doesn't mean coin doesn't go up, but I'm saying, you know, these banks, they buy shit and they make excuses up why they're selling out of their positions. And unless you're farting out fucking a split or something you don't know about right now, then they're going to find a reason to sell. And you're going to say, well, that's not a good enough reason. Why do they sell, Cap? I mean, just look at it. You can see right where it happened. I'll cut and paste it. You just look at both charts on a year. Over a year, and this just looks like a bank bought it and they decided to sell it. So I'll save it right now for you, and you tell me, unless there's something unknown, I'll tweet something right now to you. Put something out there and at Captain's Alpha. That doesn't mean it doesn't go up. I'm just saying to you that if you compare just banks being like, hey, we're going to buy this company and find a reason to pump it up, and then we're going to find a reason to sell out of our positions, kind of follows the same kind of a gist right here, right? Just waiting for that one last sell-off after earnings. And the orange is Roblox, and the white and red candlestick chart is coin. So do I think it sells off? You better have some good fucking news for coin not to continue to sell off. Just take a look at that chart. The worst aren't ever. Yeah, if you're looking for a ticker that's done the same, looking for a ticker that's done this exact same, literally the exact same movement. Roblox has done the exact same movement as coin to this point, or except for the sell-off after their ER report, right? They're both two different companies, but you can see the movement is the same in both companies. And it's because the banks are buying in at the same time and they're selling out at the same time on both those tickers. So then you have to ask yourself, when you're like, I do all my due diligence on coin, I do all my due diligence, all my TA, I do all my fucking, read the news and talk to the market sentiment, my friends' sentiment, and Twitter sentiment, Wall Street bet sentiment, ape sentiment, doesn't matter. Just go out there and think about that for a minute. You're looking at all this sentiment out there. You hear people say, oh, well, if it doesn't matter if Bitcoin goes up or down, they're making fees on both ends. Why are they selling off when Bitcoin's falling? Because it has nothing to fucking do, nothing based in reality. It has to do with a bank buying it and then selling it for profit. That's what it has to do with, unless there's something unknown. And that's why Wall Street will say that they hate unknown news. And oftentimes when there is unknown news and a ticker goes in whatever direction that is, opposite of what they have planned for it, it'll oftentimes trade back to the previous price due to that. So think about that. Ask yourself that. Two great tickers to compare. Compare Roblox and coin. Notice how they trade similar. It's because it doesn't fucking matter. The only thing that matters is they're taking profit. This is where the argument comes out that fuck your TA and fuck your fucking fundamentals and fuck everything else in the news. It's all used to pump up companies and then take money out of companies in a cycle. Oh, is it frozen? My bad. I didn't press the play button. So there you go. If you lose 150 on Coinbase, it'll be a free fall just like it was in Roblox. Is the point that I'm trying to make to you. You'll have a free fall similar to Roblox. Compare both charts, and you can see where Roblox is trading right now, and kind of do a comparison as to where you think coin will trade. Yeah, it's not frozen. I just paused it by accident. That was my bad. Just floating around here, 42247. Watching small money come in right now with some with calls and puts. Whoa, watching some big puts on Apple right now. Apple, April 14th, 150p, $800,000. Puts on XBI, February 25th, 85p for $74,000. IWM, we've got IWM February 25th, 190p for $65,000. TSM puts April 14th, 110p for $291,000. We have 15 minutes left into the bell. I think we've got like how many companies do we have reporting tonight? 200 or 300 or so, something like that. Tesla's now down to 765. Hell yeah, below 765. Give me 750. If you guys give me 750 into the bell, I'll be the happiest man on earth. We just tag 750. I'd be a happy man from this point forward. Have Apple trading down now as well, 160.48, 160.49. Be careful in futures. This is a place where futures or the banks will make moves that the cash market cannot. So you might see some wild moves in the overnight. They'll blame it on anything. It doesn't matter. It has more to do with the same things that happen on the upside. If you guys ever see when we trade up 50 handles or 70 handles in the overnight, you can always see it on the downside as well. This is a prime opportunity for that. I'm not gonna give it like 100% chance that it happens. But when the market wants to move where it needs to move and cash market won't get it done, oftentimes, especially at this critical juncture, oftentimes you'll see futures make it happen. They'll do it when you don't have a choice in the market. They will move it to where it's supposed to be, so they can make a technical point in the market. At that point for tomorrow would be 414, I think 416, I believe. Let me take a look and see. I'll tell you where technically you should go tomorrow. So we've got, we know we've got 420 on board, right? If we break 420.
Futures now within about 10 handles of the recent January low.
Maybe you could see 420 overnight. Ultimately, you want to be looking at... give me a minute here. This is going to be an ugly number. You guys aren't going to like this. 4165. 4165. Nasty sauce. 4165. Oh, your Tesla buy alerts are going off? Yeah, we'll see if we can get Tesla down to 750. We're close. We're only 10 points away, right? It's 760, 62. We're real close. Give me 750. I demand fucking fat. I demand the blood and the fat to be proven correct. I fucking demand it. I'm very competitive. I don't like to fucking lose. I like to win. I demand my blood. I want my cut of fat. Looking at Amazon too. Just look at this. Just look at this. Just carefully look at this. Look at the market as a whole, right? You got Amazon sitting at 2,900, right? 2,902 right now. You've got Tesla with another 10 points it could give up easily. You've got what else we have? We got Apple at 160, 30 fucking 2. Major milestone we're going back down again to. That, you know, it opens the door. We've been down here before. We were down at like 153 at one point. But when you start coming back down a second time, you start to wonder, hey, are we not looking at 153? Are we actually looking at 140? Is this really where we're looking at? So there's room for more movement down. And if we can't get it done in cash market, they're going to try it in the after hours. If they don't do it today, right, they're going to fucking do it in the next week or two. Right? Between now and the 18th, they're going to attempt to take us lower to 416, 405, 404. It's a 414, 404, then possibly even as deep as 390. 10 minutes left until the bell. 10 minutes left into the bell. When do we throw the sink at Tesla? So now that you're down at 760, the question becomes market conditions, right? So market conditions. So now that we've proven that we can get this low, right? You have to start to answer a bunch of other questions, Christian. So now you have to start to say to yourself, what does the market look like? Well, the market's open the door to lower. So if the market's open the door to lower, even if we have a trade higher, that means we're going to still come back down here to revisit. We're coming back down here, I promise you. We're going to come back down to 420. If we break below 420.12, hey buddy, then we're going to visit 416. We're going to visit 406, 404, 414. So that would mean that if you want to enter Tesla, you're going to wait for the market to take us there for a buy-in in Tesla. Hey buddy, how are you doing? Come here. Come on up here. Come on. Come on. Good boy. There you go. There you go. Were you outside? You can't sit up here, can you? 3:51 in the afternoon. Oh yeah, I love you too. 42135 currently on the SPY into the bell. Let me know in the chat if you think we trade down in the overnight. I'm gonna put you down, all right, bud? Good. There you go. Let me know in the chat if you think we're gonna trade down in the overnight. We've got some nasty news coming out on Thursday and Friday. We've got, of course, FOMC on the 18th. We are somewhat running out of room, right, for a runway to trade higher from now into the 18th. We've got, how many days we got left? We've got maybe a month left until we trade into, we got, oh, by the way, we've got SPY puts coming in right now. SPY golden ticket. Ready for this? March 18th, 402. $6.1 million. So someone thinks we're going down. SPY puts, February 23rd, 422p, $83,000. Look at that trade right there. March 18th, golden ticket, 402. We had puts pushed out to May, down to 400, and now we're finding puts now at 402. At closer dated, right? We saw them rolled out to May, and now they're taking them at the bottom of the barrel right now. They're taking May 18th, 402, $6.1 million with a full bar algo score. Yowza. Yowza. Sell every rip. Gap up. I'll laugh my ass off. Gap down tomorrow is going to be wild. Baba. It's going to be a bear trap? Hell no. $6.1 million. Put wall expansion, baby. Yeah, fuck China. What are you guys saying? What are you guys saying up here? Give him a doggy treat. I give him fucking hot dogs. I buy bags of hot dogs for him. Believe it or not. Josh saying we got 3.9 billion to the sell side. Perfect setup heading into the close here. 421.35. Just a nice tag below. My assumption is that we trade it down when retail can't fuck around with it. That we're going to trade it down over the next couple days. Look for lower numbers. See if we can break. It's a perfect setup, right? Bad news coming. You can trade it down and try to make that shot at breaking 420. And that's the key here, right? If the bears can get bad news for 2 straight days, and then retest those lows of 420 and break through even briefly, that opens the door to 400. Perfect setup for us to just straight sabotage in the overnight to sell it down, retest the lows the next couple days, retest the lows of 420, open the door to 400. Perfect setup. And you know what you do? You break through support here Thursday and Friday. You break through support, and that sets you up to 400 for the 18th. So there's how you do it, right? In the overnight, tonight, and tomorrow into Monday, the next 3 days, all you do as a bear or a bank or a hedge fund is you say, fuck it. We're going to trade it down as best we can. And we're going to make our best attempt in the overnight to sell this fucking market with little money, not even a ton of money. It doesn't even take a ton of money. Low liquidity environments. You sell it down below 420. You break through, and technically now you can see 400. Perfect setup. It's a perfect setup. You do the same shit when you're a bull on the other end of this. Park it right there, right at the bell. 5 minutes left till the close. Park it right down here. All you need to do is dump it 40 points or so. Now you're down below 420. You make it stick with bad shit news coming out at 8:30, 9:30 tomorrow morning. Have more bad shit news on Friday morning. Those are the inflation numbers on Friday. And then you get to break that level. Once you break that level, you open the door down to the 400 area. And to boot, those puts that just came in, sometimes you'll hear people say, oh, those SPY puts are just, those are puts being sold for March 18th at 402. But in reality, the dealers have to hedge those puts after the bell tonight. So they'll be selling futures more than likely as we close here. More than likely, not 100%. They might have covered them right now. They came in at 3:50 p.m., so maybe it's being used to pin the market on the bell. Maybe you'll see a swath of puts after the bell. So we'll pay attention between 4 p.m. and 4:15 and see what gets slipped in after hours and see if we see any kind of nastiness on either side of that trade. We'll see if puts get closed, if calls get bought, or if they're going to load up with puts in the overnight to amplify that selling in the overnight. We'll see how this job goes. Got 2 minutes to the bell here. I'm going to watch the options chain for today. Puts were closed at 425p for Friday. There was 130,000. Now there's 177,000 puts on Friday. They were sitting on 425p. They moved from 425p to 420p for Friday. Now there's 200,000 contracts on 420p for Friday. And then for the 28th, calls have disappeared, and now we've got more 420ps for the 28th. 65,000 contracts over there. Less than a minute left into the bell. So a shift down from 425 to 420 inputs. But right before the bell, we've got Tesla puts March 18th, 760p, $1.7 million. XLU calls, we're not really in the season for XLU. XLU 91669C for $300,000. Boy. So I end up watching this bell right now. It's important for us to watch today, specifically
So
due
670
to
eBay earnings, revenue in line.
we'll be watching real quick the after hours today, not for earnings, but for any kind of plays that come in after the bell. We'll see if we see any large block trades after the bell here. Tesla trading down before the bell. Its low was 760.62, 10 points away. Catching a bid after the bell as Tesla. Slight bid after the bell. All right. I didn't hear no bell. Yeah, that's going to be my take. My take is that this is a setup. And you would want this setup. If you want to see 400, there's a moment. You don't want to see 420 on the 18th. You want to see 420 right now. You want to see it right fucking now, the next couple days. Then we get a relief trade maybe higher. And then I maybe have to move down to 400 for the March 18th FOMC. Whatever the FOMC is in March. I think it's the 18th, but I'm not positive. Sometime in there. We're going to watch for any after hours action in the indices, and I'm not seeing any currently right now. When did the 10 million in VIX calls for 28C come out? All right, so what are you guys saying here? I'm paying attention now. Bulls are dead. You guys want me to buy a bell or something? Ring a bell? I'll get a bell. Rip on eBay. I haven't even looked to see who's reporting today. Oh, fucking A. Bye-bye, eBay. Bye-bye, eBay. Yeah, let me see it there. Earnings reports for today. I didn't even looked. Not since this morning. I think there was like there's a ton of reports today, right? Thought there was a ton of reports today. What do we got today? Today's Wednesday after the bell. We got eBay. We got Fubo. A little bit of a bump after the bell on Fubo. 1.7%. Skills. I think I forgot to look at skills for somebody today. Skills, nothing yet so far. A little bit of a bump. Lemonade. I tried them out. They were a little bit too complex for their app. They're up after the bell. They're at 22.88 at the bell. They're now trading at 24. We've got bookings, Clover. Lemonade's now up 5% after the bell. Skills up 2%. Fubo up 2%. eBay got fucked. What else do we have? All right. You need a ship bell? Did I diamond hand 430? Yeah, I bought what do I have? I'll tell you what I got. I got some 430s. I've got 430 Cs for February 25th. I didn't lose any money on them. They're not down. They're down. They're not even down, bro. They're basically break even right now. I didn't lose a goddamn dollar. Not a goddamn dollar on them. They're trading right now at $1.13. Okay, so this is important. After the bell, we're watching puts on IWM March 18th, 184p for $3.6 million, and March 18th, 184p for $3.5 million. If you recall from a couple live streams ago, we know that there is a giant gap to fill down there, right? Down at that 180, 185 on IWM. I think that's the second or third set that we've seen come in the last couple days, last couple trading days. It's 4:06 p.m. when those came in, 4:05 p.m. We got a little bit of a bid in IWM right now. It's a beautiful day in the market. So excited. Oof, eBay just keeps selling off down to 48.55. Still not down to my price target. My price target on eBay is $38.82. We're still not there. What you can do on debit spreads is cut legs loose. Yeah, it was a great trading day today. Okay, so I'll catch up with you guys tomorrow. Unless I see something else, I'll post it on Twitter. If I see any other wonky, just watched another rack of IWM puts. We've got 3 racks of March 18th, 184p. It's for 3, 6, 9, 10, $10.5 million against IWM 184p. And I want to take a look at the RSI and see what it was at the bell. It needs to go down just a little bit more, like down to 20 or so. It's almost there. Not quite, but almost. Down to 20. Ooh, it is kind of low. I gotta snap a line there and see where it actually is. It's at 25.17. It could go as low as 20.22 on the RSI on ES. Like, it's got more room. It's got another 20. We could drop another 25% and we're not in oversold conditions. Another 25%, the RSI can move down. That puts us down at like fucking 410, 415, something like that. Maybe 415. I mean, there's some move. We can still make some downward moves here. And that's really all we needed to do, right? We only need to technically break 420 so that we can see much lower numbers down the road. All right, you guys have Myrna's dumping right now. You guys have a great night. Thanks for tuning in today. Please like and subscribe to these videos. If you're not losing your asses, if you're making money, please consider subscribing, liking these videos, or even donating if you can. There's a donate button down in the description of these videos, and you know where the likes and the subscribes are. I appreciate all the support out there for bringing these live casts every single day. If you don't like these live casts, I don't know what to say. Maybe I'll take the day off tomorrow. Tomorrow is a nice Friday. We had a nice short week ahead of us here. Is tomorrow Friday? No, today's Thursday. Right? No, today's Wednesday. So we got 2 more days ahead of us. So yeah, I'll be here tomorrow. I was thinking about taking Friday off this week, making a really short week, because I don't think you're gonna get much trading after 9:30, 10:30 on Friday. So I don't know. I might take Friday off. Let me know if you guys care if I take another day off this week. I took Monday off because the market was closed. But I have some house. I didn't get it done today. I've got some house stuff that I have to take care of between now and Friday, and I haven't gotten it done yet. So I got to get some time off. So let me know what day is best for you guys. If you think it's better to take Thursday off or Friday off. No, not like my house stuff. I'm trying to buy and sell houses right now. I've got a bunch of Discord stream. So I ordered a computer for Discord stream, and I'm just waiting for it to arrive, and then you'll have a Discord stream. I could not technically run a Discord stream with my trading and all the shit that I'm doing for you guys. So I've ordered one. It should be here shortly, and we'll talk about that when it arrives. I'll hook it up. We'll have a stream just for the Discord. So you should see that soon. But I was going to step away today for like 2 or 3 hours. I have some business stuff I have to do outside of this life, and I didn't take care of it today. So between now and Friday, either tomorrow or Friday, let me know what's more important for you for me to be here. If you think it's Thursday, I'll put a poll out. No. No. The banks are closed on Monday. It's a holiday. I've got business. Business. I'll do you guys are crazy. My PTO request is approved. Right on. So what I'll do, mess right, no worries. I like trading with you guys all day long. What I'll do is I'll put a thing out right now on Twitter, and you guys can all just give me a yes or no on what day is best for you. Because I was supposed to do it fucking today, and I didn't. Market kept selling off, so I want to be here for you guys. When we're in these kind of conditions, I want to be here for you guys. I can't time it when it happens, so I want to try to give you a better heads up of what's best for you. And I don't care when I do it. It just has to be done this week between now and Friday. So I'll put a questionnaire out on Twitter, and you guys let me know. Have a great afternoon. I appreciate all the support out there. Chatan Bargava, thank you for subscribing. Yendo, thank you for subscribing. Thank you, Zessie. He's actually learning something. Right on. Enrique Val, right on. Nicholas, Matthew, thank you very much. You guys all have a great day. Lone Wolf, great day. Sonny, have a great day. Robert, Wizard, David H., Josh, thanks for all the help. Lee Han, Tom Pacheco, Binky, Messray, your wife's boyfriend if you're out there. Joe Donut if you're out there. Jill Neto, thank you very much. Natolo, I always fucked your name up, Jill, sorry. William, Desperado, Juice, Cal, Frankie, Shoe. Who else is out there? Binky, David, Jason, Bagholder Bobby, Jeremy, Armboy, Robert, Steven, BTCCKK, Lee Han, Tom Pacheco, baby, Liam, Shu, David, Ben Godfrey, Cal Zone, Andy, Ed, Tom, Eric, Mellow Yellow, baby, good to see you, Mellow Yellow, Armboy, Santi, Bagholder Bobby, Euro Boomer. You guys all have a wonderful, wonderful night. T-Crow, and have a great night, Thomas. I'll talk to you guys all tomorrow. Be ready for the day tomorrow. Let's see if we're trading down or up.